used for numbers because the numbers itself are not the symbols. Numbers are energy. They are things that exist within our consciousness. Everything we see exists in our consciousness. There is nothing outside of you that is not inside of you. So every number corresponds to you and your consciousness and your body, because as above, so below. What is without is within. So the symbols used to determine numbers are produced by the angles. So 1 has 1 angle, 0 has 0 angles. So we're looking at the angles of these symbols. They're also sigils. You see, what we see with our eyes is going into the mind, and the mind is determining what that symbol is. So essentially, symbols are mental. They trigger thoughts. They trigger things within your consciousness, within your subconscious. That's why symbols are very powerful. When you look at the symbol of Nike, when you visually see it, it triggers the association of thoughts within your consciousness. So symbols are very powerful. So the number 1 is God, the one source, the one consciousness, the one energy, the one all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. This represents God, which is a microcosm of you, your consciousness. That's why the number 1 is also determined as one line. One straight line means God. This is the one force of the universe. The one consciousness expressed in millions and billions and trillions of different life forms. You are God, I am God. That's why the Roman numerals I, the letter I, is 1. Because there is one God, one I am within all of us. Every single one of us refers to ourselves as I. I is the highest aspect of your being. You can't say anything above I. There's nothing above I. Well, there's no thing, nothing. There's nothing above your I am, which is the void. But it's the consciousness within yourself that is God. It's the I am, where all things spring from. Everything springs from this consciousness within you, from this mind. So masculine is masculine, which is one line, because the number 1 is a masculine force. I'm not saying God is masculine. I'm saying the number 1 is a masculine number. It represents action. This is the pure force. Okay? This is the pure force of God, of consciousness. It's action. Consciousness takes action. Everything you've done in your life came from consciousness and is action. This is symbolized as an obelisk. You see this obelisk everywhere. You see it in Rome. You'll see it in Egypt. You will see it in pretty much every city. You'll see a straight obelisk represents the number 1, which is God. You see this in Washington, D.C. as well. If you go to Washington, and you will see the Vesica Pisces, and in the middle of the interwoven lines of the interwoven circles of the Vesica Pisces, you'll see the obelisk, because this is symbolizing the 1, which then goes into 2. This represents you and God, you and the soul, the consciousness. This represents the yin and the yang energy of the whole universe. The universe is created by these 2 energies, these 2 polar opposite energies, which is represented in the physical world as the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are physical manifestations of conscious and subconscious, male and female, positive and negative, light and dark, light and darkness. Everything that exists in light exists in darkness. You exist in a physical body, which is the light, and you exist in consciousness, in the darkness. You have a physical self, you have a non-physical self. You have a true self and an echo, which is the body. It also represents division. So this is division between spirit and matter, the consciousness and the body. You, your body, and God. The body and God, which is consciousness. It's the mirror, which is symbolized as the two pillars in Freemasonry. You have a left side of your body, you have a right side of your body. You have a left ear and a right ear. This is the number 2. You are split down the middle. Your body is split straight down the middle, and you have 2 sides of everything. And in between the 2 sides of everything, you have one consciousness in the middle of the brain, which is the number 1. And this is 2. So 2 represents the division, spirit and matter. Now, it also represents as above, so below. Your life is a reflection of your consciousness. Whatever is happening within your consciousness, mentally, mentally and emotionally, is manifested into your life, and that is your life. Your life is a reflection of your internal state. Every thought has led you to this very point in your life. Every action has led you to this very point in your life. And them actions started within mind or consciousness. So it represents as above, so below. Everything within your being is manifested from these 2 male and female energies, the left and the right hemispheres of your brain. Everything you do is created by these 2 energies. Okay. So you have the conscious, which is the light, the subconscious, which is the darkness. The conscious mind brings into light out of the darkness. So now what do I mean? The subconscious is the hidden aspect of your mind. This is the hidden self, the shadow self, where all of your little things that you do. Now, what's an example? Do you really love the person you're in a partnership with, or a relationship with? Or is it coming from a hidden aspect of yourself? Is it coming from a place of fear of being alone? Is it coming from a sexual desire within your subconscious? You see, there is a shadow self and a light self. The conscious mind brings into light what is in the subconscious. The number 3 represents the Trinity. This is why you always see God inside of a triangle. Well, sorry, it's not God, but inside of the triangle. This is the triad. Okay? This represents the 3 aspects of your consciousness: thoughts, emotions, and actions. These 3 things must be in harmony in order for you to manifest your desire. In order for your consciousness to create, there must be thought, an emotion, and an action. These 3 things are foundation for creation. You can't create without, well, you can, but it won't be to your maximum potential if you do not have these 3 aspects of yourself in balance. If you want to create and manifest your life, you can't sit there and meditate. You can't sit there and visualize all day long. Yes, this helps, and it helps reprogramming your mind, but you need the action. The action is one of the most important, but they need to be in balance. There must be thoughts, emotions, and actions. Now, the daytime represents action. Okay, the nighttime represents thoughts and action. At the nighttime, people tend to reflect. People are alone. You're by yourself mainly, or you're in bed. It's you and your mind. This represents the winter time also. The winter time also represents this inner state of reflection. And the summertime represents the action. So you must have these 3 aspects of yourself in harmony for you to manifest a desire that you want. It represents transformation. It represents new life, resurrection. Jesus was in the cave for 3 days, and then he had a resurrection, a new life, a transformation. So consciousness is always transforming into new and bigger things. Your consciousness is always expanding. It's always transforming into new ways of thinking, into new new chapters of your life. I'm currently going through a new chapter in my life. Big things are changing. And it's the evolution of your consciousness. This is what the number 3 represents. 3 also represents, if you look at the Kabbalistic tree, you have the top 3 spheres. Now we're going to be going into the Kabbalistic tree. I'm going to be doing some lectures soon on it. But that is so the top 3 spheres representing the triangle with the eye in it. If you know anything about Kabbalah, you'll understand. Now, number 4, this represents foundation. You have a 4-fold nature. You have 4 corners on a table. This is the foundation of yourself. Now, the foundation of yourself is mental, astral, etheric, physical, which is, you also have 4 directions: north, east, west, and south. 4 physical elements, 4 stages of consciousness, 4 seasons in the year, 4 gospels, 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. Now, everything you've been told about the zodiac is pretty much an externalization of the zodiac. The 12 zodiac represents the 12 aspects of your soul, your consciousness. The stars are in your soul. As above, so below. What is above is inside of you. What is outside of you is inside of you. The stars are aspects of your consciousness. Now, this is why you have 4 gospels, because Jesus is symbolized in 4 different ways through the 4 gospels. You see him in the 4 types of, basically the 4 gospels are the 4 ways of portraying Jesus in the 4 aspects of consciousness, which are the 4 elements. Okay, so you have air, which is the mental aspect. You have fire, which is the spiritual aspect. You have water, which is the emotional aspect. And you have the earth, which is the physical aspect of yourself. These correspond with the 4 ways they portray Jesus in the 4 gospels. Okay, so this is also representing the foundations of consciousness. The 4 elements correspond with your consciousness. You have your body is a number 4. You have the cross. You have an upwards line and a horizontal line, and the cross section meets at the heart. Now, the heart is considered the sun. The soul is in the heart. Now, what is the soul? The soul is the essence of you, your personality, your level of charisma. When you think of someone. If you think of someone you absolutely love and you have a great connection with, you're not thinking about their body. Yes, you may think what they look like, but what is the non-physical version of that person you have if you don't think of their body? It's the soul of that person, their personality, that individuality. That's their soul. Now, the soul is in the heart. Your words, your actions all come from the heart. Your desire all comes from the heart. This is the soul, the Son of Man, the Son of God. The mind is the Father. The Son of God is the heart. You are the Son of God. Okay? So when Jesus is portrayed as the sun, the sun you see in the sky, he always has the sun behind his head. Now, this represents the Son of Man, the soul of man, the heart of man, the core essence of someone. So that's what the sun is, because the sun in the sky corresponds with your heart. It corresponds with your heart. It's also on the Kabbalistic tree, this represents Teferot, the middle sphere, where all of the pathways on the tree connect to the middle sphere, which is the heart of man. We're going to be going to the Kabbalah soon. 5. So yeah, 4 represents the foundations of your consciousness. In your external world, this represents the foundation of manifestation. In order for you to build an empire, you must have 4 corners. You must have foundation. In order for you to have a table, you must have 4 corners. So 5 represents also the human body, because 5 now represents experience. This now represents the physical plane. Okay, this is the physical self. So if you notice, all of these numbers, 1 up to 4, is mainly about consciousness and the invisible side of yourself. Okay, mainly. But once you hit number 5, you're now starting to turn into matter, material. This is more material things now. 5 represents experience. You have 5 fingers on each hand. You have 5 senses. Your consciousness interacts with this material plane through the data of the 5 senses. The 5 points on your body. You are a star. You see, this is the pentagram, a very sacred symbol. 5 represents how spirit manifests into physical. Sorry about what's it called? The spelling mistakes. I did this quite quick. This represents how spirit manifests into physical. It's the material world, the experience of spirit in matter. Jesus took 5 wounds on the cross. Jesus said, take no thought 5 times. He pretty much says, meditate, take no thought. I forgot what verse it is. He says, take no thought 5 times. Why? Because you have 5 senses which are distracting you from connecting with the higher consciousness within you. You must turn off the 5 senses, take no thought. And when thought is no longer present, other aspects of your consciousness can open up. The mind is always rambling on. It's always thinking different things, placing attention on different things, worries. Once there is no thought and there is no data from the 5 senses coming through, other aspects of your consciousness starts to open up. Now, this is how you can have mystical experiences. Now, Jesus on the cross took the 5 wounds. Jesus crucified on the cross. How did he get up to the cross? He carried the cross up the mountain, which represents elevation of consciousness. Then he was crucified. He took the 5 wounds, which represents turning off the 5 senses. And crucifixion is the sacrifice of yourself to the higher consciousness within you, to the Father. Sacrificing yourself to God. So 5 also represents sacrifice. Noah was 500 years old when he went on a mountain with God and the earth was destroyed. Because Noah went on a mountain, elevation to God. You must elevate yourself to the higher consciousness. And God destroyed all of the flesh on the earth, which is the heart. Earth rearranged his heart. He killed all of the desire, because all desire comes from the heart. So what this represents Noah's Ark is your brain, it's the ark. You raise yourself to the higher consciousness and you kill all of the flesh, all of the desire for physical things in the heart. And it's the purification of the heart. It's an allegory. Number 6 represents the physical world. This is the most physical number. 666. 6 God worship, Drake, represents the physical plane. You have 6 sides on a cube. There are 6 sides in the physical plane. You can go up, you can go down, you can go left, you can go right, you can go forwards and backwards. That is a 6-sided cube. Jesus turned 6 jars of water into wine. Water's emotion, wine is manifestation. He's turned his emotions into manifestation. It's all there. This is all numerology. 6 is the world of matter. 6 is also representing the lower mind. That's why you have 666. 3 represents, like I said, the thoughts, emotions, and actions. So you have 6 3 times. 666 is your thoughts, emotions, and actions, all contributing towards the physical world, which is the lower mind, the devil, the mark of the beast. You're placing all of your creational aspects, the 3 aspects of consciousness, into 6, which is the physical world. That's 666. 6 represents the creation, physical creation. There are 6 days of creation, and then God rested on the last day. It's the 7th day. It represents laws, doctrines, and physical things. The number 7. 7 chakras, 7 colors, 7 diatonic musical tones, 7 days of the week, the 7 visible planets, the 7 metals, everything septenary. 7 represents the awakened human, a higher level of spiritual and personal development. That's why you see the Masons use the G with the light. This is the light. This is your brain. Well, this is your arc. This is your head. G in the middle is your consciousness. 7. Okay, so 7. There are 7 visible planets, which are corresponding to the 7 days of the week. Monday for the moon, Sunday for the sun, Saturn day for Saturn. And these energies in the sky, the 7 visible planets, are inside of you. They represent 7 spheres of consciousness, 7 states of consciousness. Okay, so the 7 represents the awakened human, a higher level of spiritual and personal development, where one has used the 7 energies to raise his consciousness to the 7th state, the crown chakra. Most people are stuck in their surface level of their consciousness and operating on the surface level of their consciousness, and they need to move up. There are 7 states of consciousness, 7 chakras, 7 nerve centers, which correspond to the chakras. So essentially, this just represents a heightened state of consciousness, a completed state of consciousness development. Number 8 represents regeneration, time, 8 points of space and time, eternity, rebirth. There's not really much, I can't find much information on the number 8, but I'm going off what I know. This represents regeneration. So when you look at the infinity symbol, it represents the number 8, or a torus field. It's regeneration of energy, regeneration, rebirth, time. The number 9, this represents higher perspectives. Jesus casted his net onto the right hand side of the boat and found 153 fish, the right hemisphere of your brain. Casting the net to the right hemisphere of your brain, you'll find 153 fish, because 153 adds up to 9. You see higher perspective when you use the right hemisphere. It shows you a broad perspective. If you don't know about the brain hemispheres, go and watch the lecture under the real lectures section, and go and watch that. That will tell you everything you need to know about the left and right hemispheres of your brain. It also represents endings, completions, because you have 9 months in the womb. There are 9 moon cycles, because your body's created by the celestial spheres, by the energies of the celestial spheres, which are also inside of you. Your body's created in the moon. By the rotation of the moon, which is 9 months. The moon sounds like womb. And if you look on the Kabbalistic tree of life, you'll see this Yesod sphere, which is corresponding to the moon, because this is God up here manifesting, filtering consciousness through these spheres, then entering the moon, and then from the moon you enter the physical plane. It's the womb. It's why it corresponds with the womb. So number 9 represents higher consciousness, perspectives, feminine is 9 months in the womb. Number 10, this represents the returning back to source. This is everything goes from 1 to 9, then it goes back to the 1 again, 1 and 0. So this represents returning back to source, back to 0, back to the beginning, God. It's pure completion. So 0 and 1 is the binary code of this reality. You have 0 representing curves, which is feminine. You have line, which is 1. 1 is a line, which is the masculine. You can see this in the bodies. The masculine body is very liney. The feminine body is very curvy. You see this in the genital area, 0, the womb, and the line. 0 is the womb. 0 represents the nothingness, the womb. We'll go into that after. But anyways, so the number 10 is also representing nothing and God. 0 and 1. That is all that exists. Nothingness and God. That is it. Nothingness and consciousness. That is the only thing that exists. Everything else is a shadow of consciousness. There is only nothing and God. 0 and 1. So there are 10 energies of consciousness. This is the Kabbalistic tree now. This is why there are 10 numbers, because the Kabbalistic tree shows, it's basically a blueprint of how consciousness manifests the physical plane. This corresponds on a macrocosmic scale, which is God, and a microcosmic scale, which is you, a microcosm of God. The macrocosmic scale represents how God manifested everything in the universe through consciousness. And then the microcosmic scale represents you manifesting from God into the physical world of God, of the manifested plane. So pure consciousness can't enter a physical vessel. It's too powerful. Consciousness is too powerful for it to enter a body. So what God did is filtered his consciousness through 10 energies, okay, which is the Kabbalistic tree, and basically filtered his consciousness through these spheres so that we could have a material plane. So this is where it gets very deep in the Kabbalistic teachings. So I advise you all to research the Kabbalistic tree. It's very, very interesting. And this is basically how God comes down through these spheres into the material plane. Each path corresponds with a lesson. You, on a microcosmic scale, are down here, but your consciousness can expand all the way back to source, because the mind has infinite possibilities. There is limitless possibilities with your mind. Your mind has the potential to grow and expand into new fields of thought and expand to know everything in the universe, which is basically pure enlightenment. Your mind has no limitation. They're beyond physical awareness to the consciousness of God. That's why humans are very, very powerful. Humans are made in the image of God, because we have the potential to expand our minds to God. So essentially, this also represents, on a microcosmic scale of you, the path back to source, the path back to Kether. Okay, I'm going to make a whole lecture on this, so we'll go into that another time. So this is why the word man adds up to 10. Adam, the first ever man created, adds up to 10, because 10 is the Kabbalistic tree. How one God, light, consciousness manifests into matter or the body. So you are made in 10ness. You have 10 consciousness, 10 spheres of consciousness. You are made in the image of God. You are made to experience God's creation. You are made to expand your consciousness. You have been given the tools to awaken to the divinity within you. No other animal in this universe has the ability to awaken to its divinity. You have the ability. You've been given the tools to awaken. Everything is given to you so you can awaken. You have self-realization. A dog can't look in the mirror and look at his faults, look at how he can improve. A dog can't do that. A cat can't do that. A human can. A human can look at himself in the mirror and say, I need to improve here. I need to do this. If you keep feeding a dog, it will just keep on eating forever. But if you keep doing that to a human, at one point, they will stop and say, I can't do this. It's self-realization. We possess a very advanced consciousness. This is why we're made in the image of God. So yeah, the significance of 10 underscores the fact that all humans are created in the image and likeness of God. Yeah, so this is a new section from the New Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, which is coming very soon. The number 0, the cosmic womb, nothingness, no thing. Beyond mind is nothing, void. So if you go into meditation, this is a very deep, and that's essentially what you are. You are nothing. You don't actually exist, but you do exist. It's a polarity. Beyond the mind is nothing. The mind is not physical. Your consciousness is not physical. They're not made, thoughts are not made of atoms. Emotions are not made of atoms. Your body is made of atoms. Once you go past the mind, there is nothing. It's a black void. And that's where everything springs from. All creation comes from the void. All things seen come from the unseen. Thoughts manifest out of nothingness. Mind is the realm of infinite possibility, infinite expansion. These are very deep thoughts. A lot of people aren't going to understand this, but for the people who are quite, but out of this nothingness, so think of it like this. The highest realm in the universe is nothingness, pure void, pure nothingness. Then after nothingness, there is infinite potential, infinite, limitless thoughts, which is the mind. Mind is the realm of infinite thoughts and infinite possibilities. There's nothing you cannot not think of. Everything is possible in the mind. This is why the universe is external in the universe. Everything. So you must understand this. So thank you all for watching this video. Is simulating the reality to you. Now the body is like a crystal. What crystals do? So if you all use receives consciousness. Now the body is nothing but a holographic version of yourself. It's the ego, the echo. It's an echo of the false. What is the echo of the truth? This is all to do with consciousness. So all of your decision making, all of your emotions, that's in consciousness and not in the body. So you are not even in the body. A simulation. So this is a designed simulation, and your consciousness has been uploaded to this simulation. Whether that we choose in this simulation, it's experiencing the simulation. It's a virtual headset. Imagine putting a VR headset on. This is what you are doing with the human body. But other than just seeing and hearing, and the brain then produces the reality. So your thoughts and emotions, your consciousness, you are projecting your own reality based off your thoughts and emotions. Every single thought and emotion has led you to this very point in life. Your life, instead of telling you how to control your emotions, how to control your own mind, instead of telling you to become the best version of yourself and becoming the God self, instead they tell you to get on your knees and pray to God in the sky. You see the difference here? Self into positive, because it's all the negative things that keeps you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. You see how here there's the checkered board? This represents physicality. This is division, divided, black on white. This is the division of the physical plane. But we are all just a divided consciousness. We're all the same consciousness in a different body. It's a fractal universe. It's an illusion that we are all separate. But love is also in consciousness. Love is the force of consciousness. Love is the unifying force that brings all of the consciousness back together. Everything is made with love. This is why it's divide and conquer. They keep us divided. They keep us fighting against each other. How do they do that? Through postcodes, through different streets. They do that through different cities and labeling them different countries and labeling them different ethnicities, labeling them different football clubs, different schools. You see, everything they do is to keep us divided. because love is naturally in our consciousness. When a baby comes out of the womb, it does not come out of the womb trying to bomb people. It comes out of the womb with love. The kid is pure love. The baby is pure love when it comes out of the womb, because it's expressing pure consciousness. And as the baby grows up, it becomes corrupted through the system, through society. It's all about keeping us divided so that we do not unify this consciousness. Because once we all realize it's about us, they're not mocking God, because they know that God is within you. Consciousness. The Last Supper and the Olympics, it's all a psyop. It's all mind control. Everything you see mainstream media is mind control. News, the word news is north, east, west, and south. And they broadcast live news to north, east, west, and south. They broadcast spells, you see, to a broad amount of people. They're casting spells. It's all mind control. The whole system is mind control. The word government means mind control. Government, govern the mind, govern consciousness. So what you are seeing here is the same symbolism. This is the G. See the light rays coming off it, because this is the light consciousness. This is the light. This is the you. This is the soul, the mind, consciousness, thoughts, emotions, memories. That's in consciousness. This is just an avatar. It's not him. This is the I am. This is God. There is a battle between God and the devil. See, the devil is the ego. The ego is the layer between you and God, your consciousness. The ego keeps you the cool status. All of them things is keeping your consciousness, which is not physical, stuck in a physical way of thinking and in three-dimensional awareness. The whole system is designed to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. They get you addicted to cigarettes, alcohol, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Netflix, working, bills, dogs, family. Everything they do and everything they teach you is to keep your mind externalized on external things. And this is why meditation is so important. Meditation is the only way to connect with the pure divine within yourself. The only way to connect with the pure consciousness, singular consciousness. When thoughts are not present and you're there in the moment with pure consciousness, with no thoughts, no beliefs, nothing, not even the language that your mind uses, you are pure consciousness, you are pure awareness, you are pure. That's the reason of meditation, to connect with yourself, the true self. And that's how to gain a connection with God. We're going to look at this. Look at the symbolism of the ancient Christians. This is in Rome. This painting's in Rome. It was painted in like the 1600s. It's the Kabbalah tree. But what you're seeing here is not God and Jesus. This is you, your body, and this is your consciousness. This is your mind. This is you up here, Kether. See, this is the Kether. This is Malkuth. This is, see, we will. I'll make a whole lecture on the Kabbalah and how you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah if you really want to do. Right. So basically, what the Kabbalah is, it's the way to connect with the pure self. It's the way to the source. It's the way to God. So you are here. This is Malkuth. This is the physical plane. And you climb this tree through the 22 paths. There are 22 paths. One dath, which is here. It's a sphere. So this is the dath. It shouldn't be on there. This is the hidden sphere. And there are 10 spheres. So there are 10 spheres, one dath, and 22 pathways, which adds up to 33, of course. So this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because Jesus being crucified at 33 represents the sacrificing of the body and raising yourself up to the consciousness. There are 33 vertebrae on your spine also. Where is the consciousness? Well, the radio receiver of the consciousness is in the brain. That's why you always see brain symbolism of God in the brain, Michelangelo, you know? So the 5 wounds on the cross, what are the 5 wounds? The 5 senses of you. It's the data of the 5 senses, because your body is technology. So the data of the 5 senses must be shut off, and you must crucify your body, which means shut off the 5 senses, crucify yourself, crucify all of the ego, crucify every desire, every lust, every negative emotion, every physical attachment you have, and crucify your body and your materialistic way of thinking and the ego and the 5 senses to the divine mind. That's the crucifixion of yourself that you must go through to reach the highest potential of yourself, to reach pure consciousness, to exit the simulation, to exit this physical plane. That is what the crucifixion is about. And this is the Kabbalah tree, because every religion, if you go to Albert, I don't know why it's not loading. There should be a picture of Albert Pike here, which is, okay. Albert Pike, the most well-known Freemason in the world, said in his book Morals and Dogma, all religions has its roots in the teachings of the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah tree is the way back to your source. You came from here, you came from Kether, you manifested down into Malkuth, which means kingdom, physical plane, and this is where you are now, and this is the path back to source. I will make a whole lecture on this. This is a very, very long lecture I need to make on this, so I can't go over the Kabbalah tree now. Do your own research on the Kabbalah. You don't need to join a lodge. You don't need to join a secret society to initiate yourself in this journey. But I'm warning you, if you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah tree, you're going to have very, very challenging ways. You're going to have very challenging things happening and occurring in your life, because it's the whole point of the Kabbalah tree is to rip apart your ego and destroy your old self to be born again to the pure consciousness, to reach your highest potential. Okay. So this is why you always see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Trinity. This is always the reason why Hinduism or Buddhism, there's always 3 gods. There's always a trio of gods. If you look at all the religions, there's always a trio. Not all of them, but a lot. There's 3 gods: the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. It's because it represents the 3 top spheres of the Kabbalah tree. See, he has a triangle here. This is you. This is your consciousness. See how he's an old man, symbolizing an eternal consciousness? You will never, ever die. This is your body. This is Malkuth. Okay? So this is also hopscotch. Remember playing hopscotch as a child? Well, this is also the path to source, the path back to Kether, the path back to your consciousness, to the oversoul, whatever you want to call it. So man is both human and the divine. This is Albert Pike. See this Masonic symbolism here? You have the eye. This is Kether, which means crown. So you know when kings wear crowns on their head, it represents Kether, because Kether means crown. Kingdom, this is death, because the physical plane, there's death here. You can't die. Your consciousness will never die, but your body will die. So this represents kingdom, the lowest point on the Kabbalah tree, which is matter. Then you're going up through these pillars back to the light bringer, Lucifer. Lucifer is the light bringer. Lucifer is your consciousness. That's what Lucifer is. They demonized all of this. They made it sound so bad. But Lucifer just means loose, see? Lucy means light, fer means bringer. light bringer, and your consciousness is the light bringer that brings the light down into the kingdom, into the physical plane. Like I just showed you earlier with the Sims character and the George Washington. It's the same symbolism. This is the sigil of Lucifer, which is the visual pathway of your brain and how light enters the eyes, which is, and then produces a visual image in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. So this is showing you how light is transformed into images in the brain and how the brain is producing a reality, a simulation in the brain. We see this in the ancient Egyptians here. It's the same thing. This is the back of the brain. This is the visual field crossing over. We see this here. Wow, this is just mind-blowing. Look, they tell you, you see, the Newtonian way, so the Newtonian science, right? Everything about science is all a lie. The whole thing is to program you and program your consciousness, program your mind to limit you. So they tell you that the Earth is a globe in the middle of space. Why? To keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they do is to keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they tell you is to keep your mind stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep it stuck to the technology of the body. Everything you've ever been taught is to keep you in three-dimensional awareness. It's not about money. They can print money out of thin air. It's not about money. It's not about anything about physical things. It's about trapping your mind in physicality. I don't know why they're doing it, but this is what they are doing. So they've put this purposely in the model of the heliocentric lie on purpose because it symbolizes the visual field, which is a powerful symbol of how your brain produces a simulation. See? So this is what you are. You are a physical, etheric, astral, mental. This is your consciousness. So you're already out of body. You're not in the world. You're already outside of the body now. The reason you can't astral project is because you have so many limiting beliefs within your subconscious. And I did need to make a video on this. I have some people saying, I've tried the techniques and I still can't astral project. It's not an overnight process. It takes a very long time. It can take you years. You might never even do it. But the only way for you to astral project is for you to detach from every single belief you have and every single limiting belief you have. Because that fear you have, that emotion you have, that mental attachment to external things is keeping you stuck. You can't leave the body unless there is no thought, no emotion present. You must completely surrender yourself, which is the crucifixion. You must crucify yourself to be born again. In John 3:3 in the Bible, what does it say? You are born again. No, sorry. What does it say? It says, in order to see the kingdom of heaven, you must be born again. Where's the kingdom of heaven? It says that in Luke. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It says that in Luke 21:12, I'm pretty sure. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and you can only see the kingdom of heaven when you are born again. You must kill the ego. You must kill every material thing about yourself. If you truly want the path of enlightenment and you truly want to reach the divine, this is how you do it. You must sacrifice yourself. And now I'm not saying don't work on your life, don't work for greatness, don't work for wealth. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying sit around meditating all day either. I'm saying that yes, you work on your wealth, you work on your body, you become 1% better every single day, physically, mentally, spiritually, in every way possible. I'm saying you need to work on yourself. You need to go to the gym. You need to make as much money as possible and have the best life you could possibly have. But what I'm saying is is that you need to work on your mind and make sure your mind is not too attached and entangled with physical things. Because the physicality, the ego is the barrier between you and the divine. You cannot see the kingdom of God unless you are born again. And you are born again by destroying the lower self, by completely mastering your mind, and by detaching from all external things. You can still love your family, but remove the attachment. Do not rely on anything or anyone for your happiness, for your peace. That is the most important thing, because that's where they get you. If you smoke, you have to stop smoking. You won't astral project. Some people can, but some people have a natural ability to do so. But if you have any addiction, you have to start getting rid of them one by one. Start with your phone, start with TikTok. Instead of remove that, remove it for watching something else, reading a book. When you're in your car, stop listening to music, put YouTube on, listen to a lecture. Okay? You must remove all of these negative things in your mind. Everything is contributing towards your mental state and your consciousness. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do is all contributing to your mental state and your state of awareness and your consciousness. So the whole point of this lecture was to show you and to make sure that you understand that you are not the body. You are the consciousness. And in order to get out of body, in order to reach that higher state, you must crucify your old self. You must crucify everything. You see, death is a very powerful force. They teach you that death is bad. They teach you that sacrificing is bad. There is good sacrificing, there is bad sacrificing. Sacrificing creates a very powerful force. Death is a very powerful force. So when you sacrifice, maybe in order for you to grow, in order for you to reach that next stage of your life, that next stage of your consciousness, maybe you need to cut off an old friend. Maybe you need to stop hanging out with them people who do drugs or who drink alcohol. And we all know alcohol is a potion. It's a magic potion which invokes spirits. So the only way for you to progress is through sacrifice and through crucifixion. And that's what the Bible is telling you, through crucifixion. So that's the only way. So you must sacrifice. You might need to, in order for you to reach that next level of your consciousness, you're going to have to sacrifice some friends. And if you don't, then that will stop the evolution of your soul. The whole point of the universe, the whole point of you coming into physicality is for the journey of the soul. You are here because you are for growth. You are here to grow. It's the whole point of reality. It's the whole point. You cannot not learn something. So what does that tell you? That's the whole purpose of life: growth and expansion, the evolution of the mind, the evolution of the soul, the journey of the soul through the universe. That is the whole point. You can't not learn something. You have to. You will never not learn something. It's impossible for you not to learn. So the mastery of your mind, the mastery of yourself, is the only thing that counts when you transition from this physical body back to your consciousness. It's the only thing that counts. It's the only thing that matters. You need to prepare for your life after death. You need to prepare because you will not have this physical body forever. What we're discussing now is very deep ancient teachings. You won't find these teachings anywhere else. You're in the best university ever, ever online. And That's what it's all about, people. The transmutation of your mind. The Bible says, the Bible tells you, because the Bible's a spiritual text. It's not about God, it's about the God within you and how you manifest the God within you. Jesus never said he was God. Jesus came to show the divine within other people. He never praised about himself. Read the Bible. Jesus never ever said he is the best. He came to show that people that they could do better than him. Whatever he could do, you could do. That's what he said to his disciples. So the whole Bible is talking about you and how you upgrade yourself. And that's the whole point of exiting the simulation. It's the growth of the soul and being a free traveler. The word Freemason means traveler. And when Freemasons meet, they say, "Are you a traveling man? Are you a traveling man?" Well, the word man means mind. It comes from the Latin word mens, which then got turned into men and man. So when Jesus is the fisher of men, he's the fisher of minds. You see, once you start to learn these words and what they actually mean and the etymology of these words, that's when you find the truth. The Bible, you got to research these words. The word spirit, the word man. What does man mean? It means mind. So when a Freemason says, "Are you a traveling man?" it means, "Are you a traveling mind?" Because that's what Freemasonry is. It's the mastery of the self. It's the growth of the mind and the soul. It's self improvement. Yes, there are bad Freemasons. Yes, there are good Freemasons. Everything has light and dark, but evil's not evil. Evil is necessary for you to grow. In order for that tree to grow to heaven, its roots must extend to hell. In order for you to reach the higher state of consciousness, you must descend into physicality, into evil, for you to then ascend higher. It's the growth of the mind, the growth of the soul. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Please comment whatever lectures you want to see next. I'll make one about the Kabbalah tree and how you can initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. But just know that is a very painful process. That you will go through some very traumatic events that will occur because each sphere is governed by a spirit which will test you, and you must be tested to reach back to Crown or Kether. So anyways, yeah, I'll make a next lecture on that. Thank you all for joining the university. I'll see you soon. Hello, and today we're going to be talking about sex, sacred energy exchange. Now, what you must understand is that your energy, everything that your physical body is doing is coming from the ether. So your energy of your body, your aura, is all etheric. And this is the life force behind your body. And this is what you are exchanging when two people interact. When you interact, you are exchanging this etheric life force energy, which is very, very powerful. Now, the sexual energy within the human is the most powerful energy and the most powerful emotion that you could possibly feel. This is why lust is so hard to come over, especially when you're addicted to watching them dirty websites, because the power of the sexual emotion completely takes over the body, takes over the mind, it takes over the spirit. It's so powerful, and that's why it's personified as the serpent tempting you. And you can see the serpent in the letter S, because S is the energy, the sexual energy, the serpent energy, the kundalini energy. It's all related. Now, sex is a very, very sacred thing, and it should not be performed with just anyone and anything. You are exchanging not only sacred energy, your etheric life force energy, you are exchanging DNA. Every time you even kiss someone, you're exchanging your DNA and their DNA with each other, which is altering your both of your DNA. Now, when sex is performed, you have the masculine and the feminine coming together, the fire and the water. Water represents femininity, or the what's it called? Yeah, feminine, and then fire represents masculine. And you can see this in the triangles. Now, fire goes upwards in a triangle and water goes downwards. So this is why it's that way in the alchemical symbols. These are very ancient symbols. These symbols are thousands and thousands of years old to represent the fire and water, masculine and feminine. Males have a fire nature. When a man is truly masculine, he has a fire nature. He's action taking. He's not aggressive, but you know what I'm trying to say. Aggressive in taking action. Electricity, doing, leading. That is a masculine role. It represents the conscious mind. The feminine represents the water, the emotion, the emotional side of consciousness. Submissive, cleansing, taking care of things, nurturing. This is the divine masculine and feminine. They are two polar opposites. They are completely different. So if you don't understand your woman, or you don't understand your boyfriend, you must understand that he is the complete opposite of the way you think. If you want to understand her, you must think the complete opposite of you. Male, we think logically. Females, they think emotionally. And we must balance them in our own beings as well. The male must become more emotional, and the female must become more logical to have balance. Anyways, I'm getting off track. When these two come together, this is when creation happens. When the two polar opposites come to one and unify, which is the Star of David. When this unifies, this is when creation happens. This is very, very powerful. This is when birth happens. It also happens when we balance the two hemispheres of our brains. When we sync the hemispheres of the brain, and if you've been doing the meditations in the meditation section, and you've been doing the hemispheric, CIA gateway process, that's when you are born again. That's when you're born into spirit, into your consciousness. And the two hemispheres, left masculine, right feminine, when these sync, you become born again. You can have out of body experiences. It's the same with when two male and females come together, creation happens. Now, what you must understand is that everything you do physically has an astral counterpart. Everything you do is done in the astral plane as well. This is why, the ancients used to wear symbols, because symbols are very powerful. I'll make a whole other lecture on symbols. But everything you do is done on the astral as well, because you are in the astral now. You are in the etheric plane. You are in the mental plane. You are in each one of these planes now. And these planes are so important for you to understand reality. You can't, live your life without understanding these realities. I'm sure there's lectures on this. There's loads of lectures on this that I've done. Go check them out if you don't know what these planes are. So this is the physical plane. This is your body. This is where they keep you. Three-dimensional awareness. They keep your mind, which is up here, trapped in physicality through the Newtonian way of thinking. The Newtonian science is trapping your mind in physicality. They changed everything, you see. So the ancients knew that they were the universe experiencing itself. They were a microcosm of the universe. The body is a miniature Earth, and their mind was the universe. This is how the ancients thought, and this is how I think. This is how I know. However, the Newtonian way of science came in to disconnect us from the universe, and came in and said, no, you are in a universe and you are not the universe. That's what they teach now. They teach that you are just inside of a physical creation. They trap you in physicality. They tell you that your mind is just activity of the brain, which is not true. Once you understand these planes, once you have an out-of-body experience, you then understand these planes. They are very, 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 very real. So magic is all to do with the astral plane, and sex is a form of magic. It's a ritual. It's a ritual. Everything you do is a ritual because you do it in the astral as well. So when sex is performed, you are actually entangling your emotional and astral light bodies. So this is what happens. So you have an astral contract. You can do these in many different ways when it comes to, magic. You can do these in many different ways. And when people sell their souls, or quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, they're not selling their soul. You're gaining an astral contract with these entities on the other side. So astral contracts can be made in many different ways. It can be done by exchanging blood. It can be done by casting spells on people, powerful spells and spell casting. It can be done in many different ways, but sex is one of the ways where you create an astral contract. You are now entangling that person with yourself. You are because the emotions exist on the astral plane. So emotions are entangled. So my emotions, let's say I had sex with someone years down the line, or even the next day, their emotions will affect you, and their internal state will affect you. Their mental state will affect you. You are entangling each other on an astral level. You see, the astral plane is the realm of imagination. It's the realm of light. And this is where you're becoming entangled. And you are placing each other in your hearts, because your heart never forgets anything. This holds all of the important things. The heart is kind of like a brain. Well, it is a brain. It has 40,000 neuron cells, which are the same in the cranial brain. That was a science discovery recently. So your heart is a brain. It's the emotional brain. However, it stores different things than the cranial brain. So when you have sex, you're creating astral contracts. So this is why the ancients always said, never have sex before marriage. You're marrying each other on the astral when you do this. You're marrying each other. And this is why Christianity, Buddhism, or all these different religions, they tell you not to have sex with just random people. They tell you not to have sex until you are married. This is why. Because all of these modern day teachings that we have all stem back thousands and thousands of years to these teachings, what I'm telling you, of the occult, of the esoteric. But this is hard to believe because you've been told your whole life you're just a physical being. It's not true. Your emotions are not physical. So now that you understand these planes, so what happens when you get someone pregnant? Now, the woman is the master builder. She has been chosen to carry a portal between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, the astral and the physical. That's what the woman is, a womb woman. This is very powerful, and it's being suppressed. Our whole lives, we don't really get told what the womb is, how it even works, how it creates a whole human being. It turns a single cell into a whole human living being. That is how powerful the womb is. And they suppress this knowledge, and it's hidden within secret societies because they don't want you to know how powerful women truly are. Women are very powerful. You see, women are they protect the spiritual side of man, while the man protects the woman physically. You see, the man he represents physicality. The woman represents spirituality. Spirit and matter, light and dark. That's what it represents. And the woman holds a portal. So once you ejaculate into a woman, this now creates a portal within the astral plane. Now, what did I say? What sex is? It's a ritual. Remember that there are higher astral planes, there are middle planes, and there are lower planes. Rituals are either summoning the higher astral plane or the lower astral plane or the middle. So when you do this ritual, sex is a ritual, you are either summoning higher beings or lower beings, depending on the type of depending how you do the ritual. If you do sex and engage in low vibrational sex, based on lust, based on desire, based on no true feelings, there's no passion in the sex, there's no feelings between you two, you are engaging in low vibrational sex for your own pleasure. But remember, you can't fake in the astral plane. The astral plane works on vibration. The physical plane, you can fake it. But if I could see you in the astral plane, I could see you for your raw form. I would see your vibration. I would see your mind manifesting the way you think. You see, so in the astral, you can't fake it. You are your raw form. You can see people's soul in the astral. You can see, because everything you think is manifested into the astral. And the way you think is affecting your astral body. So in the astral, most people are walking around as demons because they're that negative. Their mind spaces are so negative, and they're literally demons. Their souls are so dark, they're not light. So anyways, the way I was getting on is that when you perform sex, you need to do it properly, or else you will incarnate a low vibrational soul into your child, a sun. The sun in the sky represents the soul. You're bringing a soul into the physical plane. That's what you're doing when you have sex, when you impregnate a woman. Now, you can do this consciously. You can soul invoke ritual. It's called the soul invoking ritual. I'm talking about it in the new book of Wisdom Volume 2. It'll be ready for you guys very soon. You'll have early access to it if you're inside the university. So when you have sex and you're engaging in low vibrational sex, the vibration is so low in the astral, you're manifesting lower astral entities. And when you open that portal in the lower astral, you're going to get a lower astral soul into the woman. Okay? So this is why you need to make sure that you are doing it properly. And when you have a child, you want to make sure that you perform the ritual properly in a high vibrational state. Because remember, everything you do is in the astral. As above, so below. So to ensure this process attracts the right high vibrational soul, you need to create the environment. So first, you need to purify the space by banishing negative energy through the use of burning herbs such as sage, rosemary, or bay leaves. Ancients used to do this. We still do this today. Burning these, because remember, everything has an astral body. Everything you see has an astral form. So when you use, the ancients knew the qualities and the different meanings of different leaves. So they'd use these leaves to burn, to clear and banish negative energy in the astral around them. So you use them, you burn the area, and you cleanse the area. And then before engaging in the sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on raising their energy and the frequency of the surroundings and themselves. This is achieved by chanting high vibrational words of light, setting positivity, loving intention. Both partners need to align their intent with love, light, and high vibrational emotions. During the sexual act, maintain deep sense of love and passion to enhance the ritual's effectiveness. By focusing on high vibrational energies, the couples can invoke higher astral entities and create a favorable environment for the conception of a soul that resonates with these frequencies. By carefully preparing the space and aligning their intentions, the couple can potentially influence the type of soul that enters the physical plane, the world. You must do this. You must be very, very careful. I mean, you're going to love your child either way, don't get me wrong, but this is, if you're going to have a child, do this. I'm not going to say you're incarnating a demon into your world, but if you don't do this, but I'm just trying to raise awareness, I'm just trying to give you this stuff and aware you on these topics. Or you could even do a manifestation ritual with sex. Sex is very, very powerful. The energy is very high. The frequency is very high of sex. So obviously begin by purifying the area again. Before engaging in sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on elevating the energy and frequency of the surroundings. And then once you do this, you both need to set the intent of what you want to manifest. As sexual energy is very, very potent, and it provides strong foundation for manifesting intentions. And during sex, the woman's subconscious is wide open, okay? Because she represents the subconscious mind. It's the feminine aspect of the mind. And he represents the conscious mind. And during sex, the woman is submissing to the man. So her subconscious is wide open. So when you think and feel during this sexual intercourse, you are rapidly reprogramming the subconscious mind by, vividly imagining and emotionally experiencing the desired reality that you want during the sex. And this is how you can rapidly reprogram your subconscious. And this will bring something into existence. It's going to have very powerful effects. See, magic is all about influencing, the astral, or influencing the subconscious, or influencing magnetism. Magic is magnetism. So that's essentially what you could do. So you could take a screenshot of this and do that. So the woman in the womb is the woman takes the energies of the 12 celestial constellations and takes this energy, harvests this energy, and manifests the baby inside of the womb. The womb is a magnetic womb. She represents magnetism. The woman represents magnetism, the subconscious, and the moon, and emotion, and water, all the feminine aspects of creation. So what are you made out of? You're made in water. Water is very powerful as well. They don't tell you about what water truly is. Water is very, very powerful. Water is conscious. Water is intelligence. All of the elements are intelligent. All of the elements are etheric. They're ethereal beings. They're ethereal spirits. And so essentially, you're being created from the 12 constellations and the 7 planets. That's why your body is ruled by the 12 constellations, because your body is created by the 12 constellations. And you are created out of 12 cell salts for the 12 constellations. And you are, in fact, mineral deficient in at least 3 of these cell salts or constellations, because you are in the womb for 9 moons. You're in the womb for 9 moons. The moon is the womb. Okay? The moon, your soul comes through the astral, through the moon, and into the woman. That's the portal. The moon is the portal. The moon is heavily connected with the astral plane. So that's why they say there's souls in the moon and it collects souls, because it technically does. It's connected to the astral. So what's happening when you are born? You're born in 9 moons, okay, because the woman's directly connected with the cycle of the moon. That's why she has a menstrual cycle every moon. Every 28 days, the 28 days of the cycle of the moon, she will have an egg, because fertility is directly connected with the moon and the cycles of the moon. So you're in for 9 moons, and you are mineral deficient in at least 3 of these constellations. So you definitely need to find out what constellations you don't have in your chart, and you need to make sure that you're getting them cell salts into your body, or else this can manifest into something. But as long as you're obviously healthy, you should be fine. But this, if you want to take your health to the next level, this is called medical astrology. This is famous in like Chinese astrology as well, Chinese medicine and stuff like that. So yeah, tantric sex. This is where you do not release your your fluids. You shouldn't be releasing your sexual fluids, people. You should not be doing it. This is very, very powerful. And in fact, semen is the astral liquid of the soul. That's what semen is. It has high amounts of etheric energy. You know, when you release, you feel like you feel dead. You feel like the soul's been sucked out of you. You feel like there's nothing in you. You feel so depleted when you release your fluids because it's so powerful. It has so much life force, so much etheric energy, so much astral energy, so much minerals. See, this is why so many people are mineral deficient. They may be eating everything they can, like they're really healthy, but if you're releasing every day, that's where all your minerals are. Think about it. That fluid can create a whole other human being. That fluid has all the essential minerals in your body, and it's put into another human being to create another human being. So when you keep it inside of your body, you first of all you get an increase of energy. Second, you stop lusting once you stop touching yourself all the time, and the body recycles these minerals. It absorbs the minerals in the semen and uses it for itself. This is how sacred. So yes, it's considered the astral liquid of the soul. That's what semen is. So when you have sex, you need to have. There is a way you can have internal orgasms, which can activate the Kundalini. This is now a very, very hard practice. It's called tantric sex, and it's very powerful. It can activate the Kundalini. You can use this for spiritual awareness and gaining more, gaining more spiritual enlightenment by doing this. And basically what you're trying to do is not release the fluids, so you're edging, not release, but internalize the orgasm, and you can shoot the semen up the spine. And this is how another way you can raise the chrism to the brain and activate the pineal gland and 100% of your brain cells. So this is another way. You will have to do a bit of research on that, but I've done a little bit of research, but I don't know the full practices and stuff like that. But it's definitely a true thing. All of this is very, very powerful. Sex is very, very powerful. So be careful who you have sex with. Only have sex with people who you think you're going to have a future with, because you're going to have an astral contract with that person. There are ways to banish them through, magic rituals and stuff like that. But I don't know that. I'll do some research and have a look into that for you people, because I'm sure there is some people who can feel they have attachments to people. And that is partly because of the heart. The heart never forgets things. The heart's deeply connected to the subconscious. So yes, I hope you all enjoyed this. And Book of Wisdom Volume 2 will be ready soon for you people. You will all get a PDF for free if you are inside the Ethereal University. Just want to say thank you all for the amazing support. There's lots and lots of content coming soon. Cosmology, numerology, that will be coming soon as well. And hopefully the Book of Wisdom will be ready for the end of the month, and you'll all have over 200 pages to be reading on new topics, new occultism, new symbolism, and life-changing knowledge. Thank you all, people. Please feel free to leave a comment underneath this video. Let me know some video ideas. And we're doing live calls now every Saturday. Every single Saturday. I release like the time Friday, what time I'll be doing it. And there'll be live calls. Join me, ask me questions. I'll be doing a lecture, and then at the end you can ask me questions and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you all, people. Signs you need to detox. This is an important one, people. And a lot of the things that are happening with our bodies in the modern society is just considered as normal, but these things that I'm going to go over are not normal. They are signs you need to detox. So the first sign we have is a runny nose. Runny nose means there is too much mucus in the body. The mucus is forming from the acidic food that we are placing into our body. So every time we consume something that is unnatural and something that was not produced by the earth, the body does not know what the food is. Therefore, the body has to attack it. So if the body did not have mucus, it creates the mucus to attack it so that it can help the body in detox from the chemicals and the things in these foods. So essentially, mucus is not bad. It's the body's defense mechanism. However, too much mucus will create blockages within the body, and especially in the sinuses in our head. And this is what we get runny noses from. It's too much mucus in our sinuses. Our sinuses are blocked, and this can lead to breathing problems and all sorts of things. Like, you don't want too much mucus in your body. So runny nose is a sign that you have too much mucus in your body and you need to detox. The next sign is a yellow tongue. This is a sign of unnatural foods. This is waste. This is toxic chemicals on the tongue left over. When you place something natural into your tongue, it will leave very minimal residue, and it will not stain your tongue because it is natural. It's produced by the earth. When you place something natural into your body that was grown by the earth and produced by the earth, it becomes one with the body. It assimilates with the body. The body recognizes it, and it can digest it properly without fighting it. So by placing, all these food colorings, chemicals, seed oils, essentially this is what all of this residue is. It's and if your tongue is looking like this, imagine what your colon and your gut looks like if your tongue is showing this. Yes, you need to detox if you have this on your papers, but you're just placing a plaster on top of the main problem. You're placing a plaster just by scraping all this grime off. You shouldn't have it in the first place, so therefore you need to detox and go on a cleanse. The next sign is body odor. So what they have done is gave you all of this toxic chemicals, food and seed oils, and because they knew that your body would stink after consuming these foods, they go and sell you more toxic seed oils and chemicals with what we call aftershave or deodorant. So it's just you're putting more chemicals on your body, and you're just going to smell more and more and more. You should not be using deodorant. Deodorant is filled with harmful chemicals, disrupt the hormones of your body. It's going to cause inflammation, cause skin issues, and it's all going into your blood. All of these chemicals you're putting onto your skin is going to go straight into your blood and poison you. So essentially, body odor is an unhealthy gut. It's basically the food that is rotting inside of you. The stench of this food is sweating outside of you, coming outside of your body, because that's what sweat is. Sweat is just the body removing toxins from the body. Okay, so when you are sweating and it smells, this means you really do have to address something that is internal within you, and you have to go on a detox. So essentially, this is what it is. It's a rotting gut. The next sign is smelly breath. It's the same thing. It's not even your breath. Your breath does not smell. Your mouth does not smell. It's your gut that is smelling. All the stench is finding a way out, and what you're smelling is someone's gut when you smell their breath or your breath. And it's the seed oils, it's the toxic food, the metabolic waste that is left within the colon. Inflammation, this is a very common. Everyone nowadays has these bellies because the foods that we are eating are very unnatural. It's filled with seed oils, chemicals, food colorings, and GMOs, and essentially the body does not know what to do with it, so it stores it in its waste. Its gut, this is their colon, expanded outwards. It's so inflamed. Every time you eat something unnatural, you are essentially, every time you eat something unnatural, your body produces inflammation every single time. And this inflammation over time, the more you eat this unnatural food, because every time you inflammate something, it's weakening that organ. So the more you keep inflamming it, the weaker and the weaker and the weaker it's getting. So this is why we need to detox. If you have this, what's it called? If you have this bloated stomach, this is what this is leftover waste in all of your body. This is also an inflamed gut. This shows that your gut is not in good health, and it's really gaming when we come to detoxing. The next sign you need a detox is farting. This is unnatural. You should not be doing it. This is a sign that you have waste in you. This is a sign that you are blocked because the air in between your colons is finding a way out through all the food and the waste, and it's coming out. It's a sign that you are blocked, and it's a sign that you have waste inside of you. You should not be doing this. This is very unnatural, and it's also a sign that you're eating too much solid foods. The air in your colon is finding a way through the foods, and you're eating too much solid food, and it's blocking you up. The next sign is acne. This is unnatural. They should not be having acne. It's waste coming out of the body. So if the body cannot sweat it out, if the body cannot poo it out, if the body cannot, wee it out, if your body cannot do any of these, if all of the detoxing elimination processes of the body are blocked, this is when it comes through the skin. It's pretty much the last chance your body can get of getting rid of all the waste. So if it can't do all of these elimination processes, which are fairly natural, it will push it through the skin. And this is what we are seeing with acne. Acne is just undigested food. It's waste. It's seed oils. It's GMOs all coming through the skin. So if you want to get rid of this, it's so simple. Just get rid of all the unnatural foods. And when I say unnatural foods, I mean everything unnatural. GMOs, seed oils. When I say unnatural, everything falls under that. Chocolate, all of these things that are not produced by nature, cut them out. You do not need them. So this is also blackheads. Blackheads just also more toxic and waste. Yes, depending on your environment and where you work in, like say you're a plasterer and there's a lot of dust, this can contribute towards your skin. I'm not saying it's all waste, but normally when you are in bad environments, it's normally blackheads, not spots. Spots is more undigested food. Blackheads is more of like environment based. Another one, headaches. Headaches is another sign you need to detox. If you're getting constant headaches, it's also a sign that you are not getting enough H3O2 or H2O to your brain. Also means that there's not much oxygen in the brain. It's not working properly, and the blood is not working properly because the rest of the body is not working properly. So it's a sign you need to detox. Another one, this is constipation. Constipation is a sign that you are blocked. Your bowels are blocked, your colon's blocked, your gut is blocked. From the solid and unnatural foods and the seed oils that you are consuming is essentially blocking up your colon, so you can't get rid of it, or you find it hard to go into the toilet. It's because all of this waste you see here, this is all food, leftover food. You would be surprised how much food is inside of you, especially if you have a bloated gut like I just showed you. You have a lot of food in you, like a lot. You have probably food left over from last week inside of your body, and it's rotting away. And this is what causes sickness, illness, parasites. It's the food, people. The food is the problem. Low energy, like I just said, all of these signs that I'm showing you, it's all the same cause, the unnatural foods. Low energy is essentially your body's not getting enough minerals. Your body's not getting the electricity. Your body runs off electricity. Every single cell in your body is conducting electricity. Your body is a technological electrical machine. So Low energy means you're not getting enough electricity in your body, or your body is using all of your energy to get rid of toxins and waste in your body. Let's say you have a very bloated stomach. All of your energy and your electrical energy is going towards the gut so it can help fight off all of this poison in our gut. And that's essentially what tiredness is, and if we're not getting enough energy. So these are all the signs that we've gone through. And in the next few videos, we'll be going over on how to detox. If you have any of these signs, please carry on watching on the next few lessons, and you really need to detox. Hello, beautiful students. Let's get into healing. Stage 1 of cleansing the body. All disease starts in the colon. Before trying to heal, we must remove leftover metabolic waste from the colon and the body. The body cannot heal unless it has the right environment. So let's say you want to start and heal your body. Before you can heal that body, you have to remove all of this waste. What happens if you go and place an apple next to a molding apple? The fresh apple you just placed next to the molding apple will start to mold with the molding apple. So if you started now, today, and you have all of this leftover waste in your body and you start consuming good foods, yes, it will benefit you. However, it's going to take a lot longer for you to heal because you have not removed this moldy stuff inside of you. So we have to address the colon before we can go on and heal the body. You have to cleanse before you heal. You have to regenerate the body and create a good environment. Because what happens when you cut yourself? Your body healed. Your body knew how to heal that wound that you cut. Your body knows how to heal from anything that you have with your body. You just have to give it the right environment. So, orange fruits, this is for cleansing. Green fruits, this is for detoxification. Red fruits, this is for the blood. Even the strawberry looks like a heart. So, for 2 weeks, you need to do the following. You need to go on a fruit-only diet for 2 weeks. This fruit is amazing for cleansing the body because it contains H3O2, which is structured jelly water. This is the real water that your body needs. It needs H3O2. This is why when you drink gallons and gallons of H2O, which is just liquid water, you'll end up just weeing it all out. It's because your body cannot intake, well, it can intake that water, don't get me wrong, but mainly it needs this H3O2, which can only be found in fruits. Crystallized, structured water. So when we place this jelly water into our body through the fruits, this is what helps cleanse, push out waste from the digestive system. It will remove things from the digestive system because it's like jelly. It's beautiful for the digestive system. So essentially, this is what your colon looks like if you're trying to heal and you have issues with your body. You have a blocked colon. So therefore, the disease, the leftover food is all accumulating in your gut, which is your, pretty much your first brain. And you're getting all sorts of parasites and issues with the rest of the body because this is clogged. So with the fruit-only diet, I recommend grapes, watermelon, blueberries, or papaya. It's best to stick to a very minimal amount of fruit. Now, what do I mean? I mean, not as in how much you eat. You can eat as much as you want fruit during this 2 weeks. I mean, try and only have 1 or 2 different fruits. Why? Because you want to minimize the energy your digestive system uses. Because by consuming 1 or 2 fruits for 2 weeks, You are not giving the body breads, nuts, different foods which contains different enzymes for it to be broken down. Your body doesn't have to detect many different things and break it all down individually. If you're only taking in 2 different foods, or maybe even 1 different fruits, it's going to minimize the work of the digestive system. And this will use less energy. So this means it saves energy now for your body to heal other parts of the body while you are cleansing. So when you consume this fruit, this one only fruit, or 2 fruits, or 3, whatever, you're going to push all of the waste out. You're going to get all of the solid blockages, all of the solid foods and leftover things on the walls of the colon out. And during this 2 weeks, you want to have herbal teas. This will help detoxify the body and get rid of the excess mucus. This will give body minerals as well, because don't get me wrong, fruit has a lot of minerals, but we need to make sure we're keeping on top of the minerals if we're just consuming fruit. So herbal teas like sarsaparilla, dandelion root or dandelion, elderberries, and cheney root, and nettle leaf. Nettle leaf is very, very powerful for your kidneys. Your kidneys is what filters the blood. Okay, so when you take nettle leaf, you can have a teaspoon of these nettle seeds or nettle leaf nettle seeds, sorry. The nettle leaf is good, but use that in the teas. But if you're going to have teaspoons, have the nettle seed and just place it into a drink and drink it or whatever. Nettle seed is very good for helping and strengthening the kidneys, which helps detoxify the blood. It filters the blood properly, and which will then filter the oxygen to the brain and the oxygen to the rest of the body. So nettle leaf is very good. But you can get them all and mix them all. You can get sarsaparilla, dandelion, elderberry, and cheney root, and literally mix them all into one tea. And this will be very powerful. You also want to, if you can, get your hands on some organic sea moss. Sea moss will give you, 92 of the minerals that your body is made out of. Your body's made of 102. Sea moss has around 92 to 100 minerals that your body's made of. So sea moss is awful for detoxing the body and cleansing the body, and very good for the digestive system to get rid of that waste. No tap water, and drink either fresh spring water and juice your own fruits. Don't get me wrong, this can be costly. However, your health currency is the biggest wealth. So if you don't know how to make herbal teas, it's wealth. So if you don't know how to make herbal teas, this is how to make them. Like I said before, I recommend nettle seed, high in iron. Nettle seed, very good for the kidneys. Cheney root, very high in iron. Step 1, place a cup of spring water into a pot. Place the herbs into the water. You can either leave this pot with a lid on overnight, because when you leave these herbs in the water with the lid on, the water can then soak in all of the the minerals and all of the things coming out of the herbs. So you can do this for more potency. If you want a very powerful and potent one, leave it out overnight, or just for a couple of hours, maybe even just 2 hours or an hour. This will increase the potency of the tea. Or you can just literally just whack it in and start to boil it. Boil the water on medium heat for 5 minutes. Strain the herbs and pour the water into the mug. You can then add sea moss gel into your herbal tea, key limes or cayenne pepper or soursop leaf powder, or any sorts of nice powders and natural powders. Place that into your tea as well. This is all going to contribute towards helping the body heal. So once you do this for 2 weeks, what do you expect? How do you know if it's a successful cleanse? First of all, you're going to get very, very clear skin. If you've stuck to the fruit only diet and taking all these herbs and the sea moss, your skin will clear up in a matter of a week and you'll have beautiful glowing skin. This is an indication that your inner body and inner world is now starting to clear up, because your skin is an external manifestation of the internal body. You'll get no headaches. You'll have higher energy levels because the body is not clogged. There's not much energy being used in the digestive system. So you'll have higher energy levels, which can be used in all different parts of your life. Expect weight loss, but it's not weight loss. You don't lose weight, you lose impurities. You're getting rid of all the mucus. You're getting rid of all the blockages, all the leftover waste, the leftover food. All of that will come out of you, and this will essentially make you lose weight. But it's not weight, it's waste. That's what it is. And you will more than likely go from a inflamed stomach, inflamed gut, bloated, to a more flat stomach. Okay, don't worry if it looks like this perfect, but as long as it goes down a bit, then you know that you've had a very good cleanse. If it hasn't gone down, then you need to carry on doing the cleanse for another week or so until it starts to go down and your skin starts to clear up and all the sort of thing. But you have to stay disciplined. Discipline is the most important thing. You are not going to heal overnight, because the reason why you are not healed now, or the reason why you are sick now or have issues with your body, is because you've had decades, or maybe like a couple decades, of eating waste and eating toxic, unnatural foods. So it's not an overnight process. However, you can heal your body just the natural way. You have to be disciplined, you have to be willing, you have to be thinking positive and feeling positive, and all of this will contribute towards your health, because every thought is obviously impacting the body. We'll go over that in another lecture. So this is what to expect. You will lose weight, which is just losing impurities. Do this for 2 weeks and then move on to step 2, which we'll go over into the next lesson. So cleansing is the most important part of this stage of healing, is because you cannot heal without the waste gone. It's essentially the most important part. You cannot do anything. You cannot move forward. You cannot start to heal the body unless you remove the waste. Hello, people. Stage 2 of healing. Fasting. Fasting gives the ability and gives the digestive system a break, allowing the body to redirect energy towards healing and repairing the body. Like I said in the last lesson, what happened when you cut yourself? When you cut yourself, your body knew how to heal the body. Now that your body is in the right condition through the cleansing process, once your body has now got rid of all of that waste, you can now start to fast. Because let's say you started to fast with all of that waste inside of you, you're going to have a heavy detoxification in that fast. You're going to get headaches, you're going to get, sweats, all sorts of horrible, heavy detoxification. And this is not the most efficient way to fast. Now you've gone through that cleansing phase of getting rid of the waste, you can now fast. Your body now has minerals. Your body is now healthier for you to go without food. There is no risk with fasting. Your body can last at least up to people have fasted up for 3 months or something like that. People have gone very, very long on fasting, and depending on how healthy your body is, depends on how long you can do the fast. So studies suggest, your body produces stem cells once 2 days of fasting has gone. So what stem cells are, they are basically these cells which are generated in your body to then latch onto another cell, or basically mimic another cell. It has the ability to mimic any cell it wants and become that cell. So basically these stem cells will go out to the body and produce cells that are needed to heal the body. So when you fast and your body is no longer spending a lot of energy, because a lot of your energy is used digesting food. So once that energy is now no longer being used, your body is now redirecting this energy to produce and healing things for the body, like stem cells. So this is why fasting is so important. 1 day of 1 day water fast is what I don't recommend, but this is what I do. I'm not a health advisor. But if I was a beginner, I would do a 1 day water fast or herbal teas and juicing fast. So during this fast, you will not consume anything for 24 hours. You do this once a week or once every 2 weeks. And stick to this for a couple of weeks until you become used to fasting. Okay. While you are fasting, you still need to stick to your fruit-only diet because this will heal the body quickly. While you're healing, you want your body, your digestive system, not to be using much energy. So let's say you've done the cleansing phase, but then you went straight back on heavy food like meat, bread and stuff like that, pasta, this will slow down your healing because it's very heavy food. It takes longer for it to digest. It takes more energy. You need to give the digestive system a break. Do not worry about your weight. Just let your body detox. You might lose, a fair bit of weight. However, this is necessary. Your body is getting rid of the toxic mucus and the toxic waste. Once you are done losing the weight and you have fasted and you have healed, you can then start to put on good weight with good healthy food. The weight that you currently have now, if you're watching this, is more than likely, toxic waste and toxic weight on your body. So 1 day every week or 2 weeks is very good. And what I personally do is drink herbal teas during these fasts. Like I said, with the herbs I recommended. I also take cayenne pepper. I'll have a juicing. So when I freshly squeezed juices like watermelon juice, seeded grape juice, or seeded apple juice, I will add just a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for activating and the digestive system, like pushing stuff out of the digestive system. It helps blood flow, and it's amazing. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for the body. So I add that into my juices. It doesn't really count as adding to a fast because it'll go straight. No, sorry, not adding to a fast. It doesn't really count stopping the fast because it's just a powder. So drink juices, herbal teas. You can either drink sea moss as well. Just make sure it's like a liquid. You only want liquids in the body. You do not want to activate that digestive system. And yeah, this is a very powerful way of fasting, a very powerful way of regenerating the body quickly. So once you get used to fasting, you want to do 2 days every week until you start to heal. Okay. 2 days is when the stem cells, and when you become even, more used to fasting, you've had some experience, you know what you're doing, you know how your body reacts, you can then start to do longer fasts, and maybe even doing no water and no food fast. That's a very powerful fast. However, your body has to be healthy in order to do that. So only do that when you are doing it properly, when you know what you are doing. So essentially, you want to start fasting and the fruit-only diet until you are healing. And this is the best way to do it. Breaking a fast. When you break a fast, you want to make sure, you're sticking to the fruits. Like I said, the best way to break a fast is like drinking sea moss gel and then going for either something very light on the digestive system like watermelon, grapes, blueberries, or even a smoothie. A smoothie is very good for breaking a fast. Easily, gets down into the digestion and gets digested very quickly. So, like I said, continue with the fruit-only diet, continue with the sea moss, continue with the herbal teas, and continue fasting 1 or 2 days a week. And I did this and I healed my body pretty quickly. I'm not giving advice, but this is what I would do. And that's how I overcame a few health issues with my body. So essentially, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, and I can give you some more information. But this is pretty much it on fasting and healing your body. The cleansing stage and then the fasting stage and fruit-only diet. That is the key, It's just giving the digestive system a break. That is how you heal the body. Healing is, it's not an overnight process. It can take months. It can take even a year. But once you stay consistent and once you stay on top of your discipline and consistency, you will see results. You have to see results. It's cause and effect. Try your best to get organic and make sure all of your fruit is always seeded. Wash your fruit with key lime water and key lime, or even lemons. Don't consume lemons if you can. Don't consume lemons. They are GMO, but they're good if you want to wash your fruit. Wash them with lemons. They're quite easier to get your hands on than organic seeded key limes. Try your best to go to the marketplaces for fruit instead of mainstream supermarkets. Just make sure that you're trying your best to get the best quality food with the least amount of pesticides and stuff like that. That also has a big impact on your health. But essentially, when you cut out all of the chemicals, the seed oils, the bread, the heavy foods, the sweets, the sugars, when you cut this out, you will feel so much better. Like your brain fog will go. You'll be more focused. You'll have more energy. You'll no longer crave it. And that is essentially the most important thing, is just cutting out the unnatural food and going with the natural foods. That's the biggest first step you could do with your health, is just cutting out all of the unnatural foods and go with the raw foods. And that's when you see a big change in your body and how you feel. So yeah, if you have any more questions, please feel free to contact me. So today we're going to be talking about this world, how it's a simulation, and consciousness. So what you must understand is that the brain, the body, is a piece of technology. This body you have is simulating the reality to you. Now, the body is like a crystal. It receives frequencies. That's what crystals do. So if you have a radio, if you have a phone, they all use crystals because they receive frequencies. Your body is an antenna. Your brain is an antenna. Your pineal gland has crystals on it because it receives consciousness. Now, this consciousness is the real you. You are the consciousness, not the body. The body is nothing but a holographic version of yourself. It's the ego, the echo. It's an echo of the false, it's the echo of the true self. You are an invisible consciousness. You are the thoughts, the emotion. This is all to do with consciousness. So all of your decision making, all of your emotions, that's in consciousness and not in the body. So you are not even in the body. That's the biggest illusion. You think you are in the body. Your consciousness is not in the body. It's completely separate from the body. The body is an antenna which receives the signals of consciousness, so you can experience this reality. But the body is simulating the reality. The brain produces the reality that you're experiencing. It's like the Sims game. They always show the truth in plain sight. You see how you have this thing above their head, this little diamond shape? This is the consciousness. This is you. This is your avatar. You're playing an avatar. This is a character in a game. Your body is a character. Now, the human form only exists in the three-dimensional world. Now, your ego was not present when you were born. When you were born, you had no ego. You were pure. You were pure consciousness. You were pure emotion, pure thought. That's it. But as you grew older, as you gained experience in this three-dimensional avatar, you grew an ego, which is the earthly personality. The ego is your mind's perception of itself in a three-dimensional body. So the ego is the echo of the true self. You are the consciousness. You are the thoughts. You are the emotions. But let me say that again. You're not the thoughts and the emotion. These are aspects of consciousness. So thoughts is called the mind. The mind is consciousness. But the mind is just the aspect of, it's the thought aspect of consciousness. Emotion is the feeling aspect of this consciousness, the all-seeing eye, the consciousness. So you are not even in this plane, you are playing a game. So when you are using a controller to play a virtual reality, you are the controller, you are the consciousness, you are the mind. You're not the thoughts and the emotions, you're the observer behind that. You're the one feeling them thoughts and emotions. So the body is only a part of this three-dimensional world. And your consciousness interacts with this world, with the brain. You see, like I said, the brain produces the reality you are in. See, the body is organic technology. It has been designed, it has been specifically designed to run a simulation. So this is a designed simulation, and your consciousness has been uploaded to this simulation. Whether that we choose this, whether they're not, I don't know about that. But this is a simulation. Your consciousness is not in this simulation. It's experiencing the simulation. It's a virtual headset. Imagine putting a VR headset on. This is what you are doing with the human body. But other than just seeing and hearing, you've got sight, you've got five senses, you've got everything involved. So the brain, well, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotions interacts with an energy grid, interacts with the brain, and the brain then produces the reality. So your thoughts and emotions, your consciousness, is weaving its own reality. Let me say that again. You are projecting your own reality based off your thoughts and emotions. Every single thought and emotion has led you to this very point in life. Your life is a direct result and correlation of every thought and emotion you felt in the past. Therefore, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotion is weaving your own path in this lifetime. Your consciousness is creating its own reality. Now, there are external forces. External forces can manipulate your reality through belief. This is why it's called a government. They govern your ment, your mind, your thought, your belief system within consciousness, your memories. So thoughts, emotions, and memories, they are all in consciousness. They are not in the brain. The brain is a computer. It's yes or no. The brain has no memory. It has none of this. It is a computer. It's yes or no. So, like I said, the brain is what you're experiencing, and you are weaving your own reality through thoughts, emotions. Now, the external forces are belief systems. They install belief systems within your mind, within your consciousness, to limit your consciousness, to keep your consciousness bound to three-dimensional physical body awareness. We'll go into that a bit later, but everything they do is to install information and programs, because your programming of the consciousness is what keeps you stuck to three-dimensional awareness, keeps you stuck at a low state. Everything they do is to push fear, because fear is a bondage. Because remember, you are this consciousness. You are out of the body already. But through belief is how you get yourself stuck in three-dimensional awareness in this body. It's a simulation. The body is holographic. It's a holographic avatar, and you're playing this holographic avatar. You leave this avatar every single night when you go to sleep. And you go into alternative realities. Here you see George Washington, the Freemason, with the G above his head. It's the same symbolism. Or you see the I here. The I. Because it's the same symbolism. Your consciousness. This is just an avatar. This is a body. Your name. You are not your name. You are not your memories. You are not your clothes you wear. You are not what people think about you. You are the pure consciousness. Whether you believe that or not, you are, and you need to detach from all of these programs. Who you think you are is basically a bunch of programs. Well, my name's Harry, I wear this, I live here, and I do this job. That's me. That's not you. That is not you. They are programs. And the programs keeps your consciousness stuck to this body, to this realm, a slave to physicality. And they don't teach you emotional intelligence. They don't teach you all of these things, because religion was made to keep your consciousness stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep your consciousness stuck in the body, in the simulation, in the fake self, in the ego. Instead of telling you how to control your emotions, how to control your own mind, instead of telling you to become the best version of yourself and becoming the God self, instead they tell you to get on your knees and pray to God in the sky. You see the difference here? They're not telling you to become the best version of yourself. They're not telling you to transmute the negative aspects of the self into positive, because it's all the negative things that keeps you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. You see how here there's the checkered board? This represents physicality. This is division, divided, black on white. This is the division of the physical plane. But we are all just a divided consciousness. We're all the same consciousness in a different body. It's a fractal universe. It's an illusion that we are all separate. But love is also in consciousness. Love is the force of consciousness. Love is the unifying force that brings all of the consciousness back together. Everything is made with love. This is why it's divide and conquer. They keep us divided. They keep us fighting against each other. How do they do that? Through postcodes, through different streets. They do that through different cities and labeling them different countries and labeling them different ethnicities, labeling them different football clubs, different schools. You see, everything they do is to keep us divided, because love is naturally in our consciousness. When a baby comes out of the womb, it does not come out of the womb trying to bomb people. It comes out of the womb with love. The kid is pure love. The baby is pure love when it comes out of the womb, because it's expressing pure consciousness. And as the baby grows up, it becomes corrupted through the system, through society. It's all about keeping us divided so that we do not unify this consciousness. Because once we all realize it's about us, they're not mocking God, because they know that God is within you. Consciousness is God. So all of these fake psyopses about, mocking the Last Supper and the Olympics, it's all a psyop. It's all mind control. Everything you see mainstream media is mind control. News, the word news is north, east, west, and south. and they broadcast live news to north, east, west, and south. They broadcast spells, you see, to a broad amount of people. They're casting spells. It's all mind control. The whole system is mind control. The word government means mind control. Govern the mind, govern consciousness. So what you are seeing here is the same symbolism. This is the G. See the light rays coming off it, because this is the light. This is the consciousness. This is the light. This is the you. This is the soul, the mind, consciousness, thoughts, emotions, memories. That's in consciousness. This is just an avatar. It's not him. This is the I am. This is God. There is a battle between God and the devil. See, the devil is the ego. The ego is the layer between you and God, your consciousness. The ego keeps you stuck. The ego wants the food, it wants the sex, it wants the money, it wants the fame, it wants the cool status. All of them things is keeping your consciousness, which is not physical, stuck in a physical way of thinking and in three-dimensional awareness. The whole system is designed to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. They get you addicted to cigarettes, alcohol, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Netflix, working, bills, dogs, family. Everything they do and everything they teach you is to keep your mind externalized on external things. And this is why meditation is so important. Meditation is the only way to connect with the pure divine within yourself. The only way to connect with the pure consciousness, singular consciousness. When thoughts are not present and you're there in the moment with pure consciousness, with no thoughts, no beliefs, nothing, not even the language that your mind uses, you are pure consciousness, you are pure awareness, you are pure. That's the reason of meditation, to connect with yourself. And that's how to gain a connection with God. We're going to look at this. Look at the symbolism of the ancient Christians. This is in Rome. This painting's in Rome. It was built in, is you, your body, and this is your consciousness. This is your mind. This is you up here, Kether. See, this is the Kether. This is Malkuth. This is, see, we will, I'll make a whole lecture on the Kabbalah and how you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. If you really want to do, right, so basically what the Kabbalah is, it's the way to connect with the pure self. It's the way to the source. It's the way to God. So you are here. This is Malkuth. This is the physical plane. And you climb this tree through the 22 paths. There are 22 paths. One dath, which is here. It's a sphere. So this is the dath. It shouldn't be on there. This is the hidden sphere. And there are 10 spheres. So there are 10 spheres, one dath, and 22 pathways, which adds up to 33, of course. So this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because Jesus being crucified at 33 represents the sacrificing of the body and raising yourself up to the consciousness. There are 33 vertebrae on your spine also. Where is the consciousness? Well, the radio receiver of the consciousness is in the brain. That's why you always see brain symbolism of God in the brain, Michelangelo, you know. So the 5 wounds on the cross, what are the 5 wounds? The 5 senses of you. It's the data of the 5 senses, because your body is technology. So the data of the 5 senses must be shut off, and you must crucify your body, which means shut off the 5 senses, crucify yourself, crucify crucify all of the ego, crucify every desire, every lust, every negative emotion, every physical attachment you have, and crucify your body and your materialistic way of thinking and the ego and the 5 senses to the divine mind. That's the crucifixion of yourself that you must go through to reach the highest potential of yourself, to reach pure consciousness, to exit the simulation, to exit this physical plane. That is what the crucifixion is about. And this is the Kabbalah tree, because every religion, if you go to Albert, I don't know why it's not loading. There should be a picture of Albert Pike here, which is, okay. Albert Pike, the most well-known Freemason in the world, said in his book Morals and Dogma, all religions has its roots in the teachings of the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah tree is the way back to your source. You came from here, you came from Kether, you manifested down into Malkuth, which means kingdom, physical plane, and this is where you are now, and this is the path back to source. I will make a whole lecture on this. This is a very, very long lecture I need to make on this, so I can't go over the Kabbalah tree now. Do your own research on the Kabbalah. You don't need to join a lodge. You don't need to join a secret society to initiate yourself in this journey. But I'm warning you, if you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah tree, you're going to have very, very challenging ways. You're going to have very challenging things happening and occurring in your life, because it's the whole point of the Kabbalah tree is to rip apart your ego and destroy your old self to be born again to the pure consciousness, to reach your highest potential. Okay. So this is why you always see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Trinity. This is always the reason why Hinduism or Buddhism, there's always three gods. There's always a trio of gods. If you look at all the religions, there's always a trio. Not all of them, but a lot. There's three gods: the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. It's because it represents the three top spheres of the Kabbalah tree. See, he has a triangle here. This is you. This is your consciousness. See how he's an old man, symbolizing an eternal consciousness? You will never, ever die. This is your body. This is Malkuth. Okay? So this is also hopscotch. Remember playing hopscotch as a child? Well, this is also the path to source, the path back to Kether, the path back to your consciousness, to the oversoul, whatever you want to call it. So man is both human and the divine. This is Albert Pike. See this Masonic symbolism here? You have the eye. This is Kether, which means crown. So you know when kings wear crowns on their head, it represents Kether, because Kether means crown. Kingdom, this is death, because the physical plane, there's death here. You can't die. Your consciousness will never die, but your body will die. So this represents kingdom, the lowest point on the Kabbalah tree, which is matter. Then you're going up through these pillars back to the light bringer, Lucifer. Lucifer is the light bringer. Lucifer is your consciousness. That's what Lucifer is. They demonized all of this. They made it sound so bad. But Lucifer just means loose. See, Lucy means light. Fer means bringer, light bringer, and your consciousness is the light bringer that brings the light down into the kingdom, into the physical plane. Like I just showed you earlier with the Sims character and the George Washington. It's the same symbolism. This is the sigil of Lucifer, which is the visual pathway of your brain, and how light enters the eyes, which is, and then produces a visual image in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. So this is showing you how light is transformed into images in the brain, and how the brain is producing a reality, a simulation in the brain. We see this in the ancient Egyptians here. It's the same thing. This is the back of the brain, this is the visual field crossing over. We see this here. Wow, this is just mind-blowing. Look, they tell you, you see, the Newtonian way, so the Newtonian science, right? Everything about science is all a lie. The whole thing is to program you and program your consciousness, program your mind to limit you. So they tell you that the Earth is a globe in the middle of space. Why? To keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they do is to keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they tell you is to keep your mind stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep it stuck to the technology of the body. Everything. Everything you've ever been taught is to keep you in three-dimensional awareness. It's not about money. They can print money out of thin air. It's not about money. It's not about anything about physical things. It's about trapping your mind in physicality. I don't know why they're doing it, but this is what they are doing. So they've put this purposely in the model of the heliocentric lie on purpose because it symbolizes the visual field, which is a powerful symbol of how your brain produces a simulation. See? So this is what you are. You are a physical, etheric, astral, mental. This is your consciousness. So you're already out of body. You're not in the world. You're already outside of the body now. The reason you can't astral project is because you have so many limiting beliefs within your subconscious. And I did need to make a video on this. I have some people saying, I've tried the techniques and I still can't astral project. It's not an overnight process. It takes a very long time. It can take you years. You might never even do it. But the only way for you to astral project is for you to detach from every single belief you have and every single limiting belief you have. Because that fear you have, that emotion you have, that mental attachment to external things is keeping you stuck. You can't leave the body unless there is no thought, no emotion present. You must completely surrender yourself, which is the crucifixion. You must crucify yourself to be born again. In John 3:3 in the Bible, what does it say? You are born again. No, sorry. What does it say? It says, in order to see the kingdom of heaven, you must be born again. Where's the kingdom of heaven? It says that in Luke. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It says that in Luke 21:12, I'm pretty sure. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and you can only see the kingdom of heaven when you are born again. You must kill the ego. You must kill every material thing about yourself. If you truly want the path of enlightenment and you truly want to reach the divine, this is how you do it. You must sacrifice yourself. Now, I'm not saying don't work on your life, don't work for greatness, don't work for wealth. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying sit around meditating all day either. I'm saying that yes, you work on your wealth, you work on your body, you become 1% better every single day, physically, mentally, spiritually, in every way possible. I'm saying you need to work on yourself. You need to go to the gym. You need to make as much money as possible and have the best life you could possibly have. But what I'm saying is that you need to work on your mind and make sure your mind is not too attached and entangled with physical things. Because the physicality, the ego is the barrier between you and the divine. You cannot see the kingdom of God unless you are born again. And you are born again by destroying the lower self, by completely mastering your mind, and by detaching from all external things. You can still love your family, but remove the attachment. Do not rely on anything or anyone for your happiness, for your peace. That is the most important thing, because that's where they get you. If you smoke, you have to stop smoking. You won't astral project. Some people can, but some people have a natural ability to do so. But if you have any addiction, you have to start getting rid of them one by one. Start with your phone, start with TikTok. Instead of remove that, Remove it for watching something else, reading a book. When you're in your car, stop listening to music, put YouTube on, listen to a lecture. Okay? You must remove all of these negative things in your mind. Everything is contributing towards your mental state and your consciousness. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do is all contributing to your mental state and your state of awareness and your consciousness. So the whole point of this lecture was to show you and to make sure that you understand that you are not the body, you are the consciousness. And in order to get out of body, in order to reach that higher state, you must crucify your old self. You must crucify everything. You see, death is a very powerful force. They teach you that death is bad. They teach you that sacrificing is bad. There is good sacrificing, there is bad sacrificing. Sacrificing creates a very powerful force. Death is a very powerful force. So when you sacrifice, maybe in order for you to grow, in order for you to reach that next stage of your life, that next stage of your consciousness, maybe you need to cut off an old friend. Maybe you need to stop hanging out with them people who do drugs, who drink alcohol. And we all know alcohol is a potion. It's a magic potion which invokes spirits. So the only way for you to progress is through sacrifice and through crucifixion. And that's what the Bible is telling you, through crucifixion. So that's the only way. So you must sacrifice. You might need to, in order for you to reach that next level of your consciousness, you're going to have to sacrifice some friends. And if you don't, then that will stop the evolution of your soul. The whole point of the universe, the whole point of you coming into physicality is for the journey of the soul. You are here because you are for growth. You are here to grow. It's the whole point of reality. That's the whole point. You cannot not learn something. So what does that tell you? That's the whole purpose of life: growth and expansion, the evolution of the mind, the evolution of the soul, the journey of the soul through the universe. That is the whole point. You can't not learn something. You have to. You will never not learn something. It's impossible for you not to learn. So the mastery of your mind, the mastery of yourself, is the only thing that counts when you transition from this physical body back to your consciousness. It's the only thing that counts. It's the only thing that matters. You need to prepare for your life after death. You need to prepare because you will not have this physical body forever. What we're discussing now is very deep ancient teachings. You won't find these teachings anywhere else. You're in the best university ever online. And that's what it's all about, people. The transmutation of your mind. The Bible says, the Bible tells you, because the Bible's a spiritual text. It's not about God, it's about the God within you and how you manifest the God within you. Jesus never said he was God. Jesus came to show the divine within other people. He never praised about himself. Read the Bible. Jesus never ever said he is the best. He came to show the people that they could do better than him. Whatever he could do, you could do. That's what he said to his disciples. So the whole Bible is talking about you and how you upgrade yourself. And that's the whole point of exiting the simulation. It's the growth of the soul and being a free traveler. The word Freemason means traveler. And when Freemasons meet, they say, "Are you a traveling man? Are you a traveling man?" Well, the word man means mind. It comes from the Latin word mens, which then got turned into men and man. So when Jesus is the fisher of men, he's the fisher of minds. You see, once you start to learn these words and what they actually mean and the etymology of these words, that's when you find the truth. The Bible, you got to research these words. The word spirit, the word man. What does man mean? It means mind. So when a Freemason says, are you a traveling man? It means, are you a traveling mind? Because that's what Freemasonry is. It's the mastery of the self. It's the growth of the mind and the soul. It's self improvement. Yes, there are bad Freemasons. Yes, there are good Freemasons. Everything has light and dark. But evil's not evil. Evil is necessary for you to grow. In order for that tree to grow to heaven, its roots must extend to hell. In order for you to reach the higher state of consciousness, you must descend into physicality, into evil, for you to then ascend higher. It's the growth of the mind, the growth of the soul. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Please comment whatever lectures you want to see next. I'll make one about the Kabbalah tree and how you can initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. But just know that is a very painful process. That you will go through some very traumatic events that will occur because each sphere is governed by a spirit which will test you, and you must be tested to reach back to Crown or Kether. So anyways, yeah, I'll make a next lecture on that. Thank you all for joining the university. I'll see you soon.
Let's talk about the soul trap and how they are trapping our soul in three-dimensional awareness. What is the soul? The soul is the essence that transcends the material realm. It is the part of us that is invisible. It is the live spark of all things. It is the consciousness. It is the I am. However, the mind acts as a connecting medium that connects the soul to the material plane. The mind is what projects the soul into material realms or other realms. So the mind acts as a bridge between the physical and material realms, the physical and spiritual realms. So what they are doing is tricking your mind into only believing physicality. Like I said before in the last breakdown, you are experiencing the body. The body is producing the simulation to your consciousness. You do not experience the external world. The external world is produced by your body. So therefore, what they are doing is installing programs within your mind which keeps your mind limited into three-dimensional awareness, which keeps the soul and mind stuck to the material plane. This is why it all goes hand in hand with the material heliocentric model. Because what they are doing is only teaching you physical things. They want you believing that your mind is your brain. They want you believing everything is only physical, and they want you believing that you are your physical body. By awakening the mind and transcending the physical plane through astral projection and meditation, this is how we expand our awareness to beyond physical reality. It is the physical plane that they want our mind stuck in. They do not want us traveling the astral realms free from our physical bodies. Because what they are doing is harnessing our energy within the astral plane. So everything they teach you is to go hand in hand with materialism. They promote materialism in the music, through the music industry, through films, Hollywood. Hollywood is made from the holly tree, which the ancients used to make magic wands out of the holly tree to cast spells on you. All of this is casting spells to keep your mind stuck in physicality. So it's essential for our minds and for us to prepare our minds and our soul for life after death. Because we are eternal beings. We are the intelligence within the physical form. The physical form does not live. It is simply a technological machine powered by your soul power. It's important to notice that everything they do is to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness and keeping you looking outside of yourself, so you never do the internal work. What we need to do to prepare for life after death is to train our minds to remove all external addictions. It is the addictions that they continue to press upon us, so that our minds are stuck in physical reality. When your mind leaves the physical form and leaves this material veil of consciousness, this is when our minds are still going to have these material addictions and will reincarnate into physical reality. We need to detach from our external pleasures, which consist of food, cigarettes, gaming, TikTok, everything, your phone. You have to release all of these addictions before you die. You have to master your mind and soul, or else you will reincarnate, because your mind is stuck in material thinking. We have to transcend material desire and find the happiness and the joy within ourselves instead of seeking external things. Connect with yourselves, people, and detach from materialism. Everything they do is to promote materialism. Clothes, food, the films, money, everything is to do with emotion and mind. Money has the word M-O-N in it, which means moon, which is emotion. Because the money is keeping us tied to our emotions, and our emotions are keeping us chained to material things. I hope you all understand this and gain a deeper connection with yourselves so that you can transcend this material realm. Let's break down the body, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of life, and your consciousness, and this three-dimensional world. You have two trees in the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden means your mind, because everything is mental, the universe is mental, the universe exists within your mind. This world is what you're experiencing, is the lowest dimension within your mind. The central nervous system is what you truly experience. You do not experience the world. What you touch is your brain's interpretations of electrical impulses on your nervous system. What you see with your two eyes is an image produced by the visual cortex in your brain. So essentially, you are the mind experiencing the body. The body is running the simulation to your consciousness. This is why the central nervous system is one of the trees in the Garden of Eden. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which gives you the knowledge of this realm. This realm, this three-dimensional matrix, it consists of a good and evil, day and night, of duality. The only way your consciousness can experience duality is through this central nervous system, which produces the simulation to your consciousness. So essentially, your mind or consciousness is experiencing and gaining the knowledge of good and evil through this central nervous system. The tree of life is the cardiovascular system, because without this system, this is what gives life or energy to the physical body. This is what keeps you alive during this experience within the three-dimensional matrix or the three-dimensional world. Your heart, rearranged as earth, because when you leave the earth, you are actually in fact leaving your body. When the heart stops, you leave earth. So this is why the heart is earth. When you leave the body, you are leaving earth, because the body is running the simulation and producing the simulation to your consciousness. Your brain is an electrical computer producing this whole simulation. You do not experience the external world, you experience the body. This is why everything in this world is a manifestation and expression of yourself. This is why you have 5 fingers for the 5 elements of this world. This is why you have 5 points on your body for the 5 elements created in this world. Your body is the temple of Solomon. And this is why in the Bible, in Acts, it says, God does not dwell in houses not made by man. Because the body is the house not made by man, and your consciousness is God. The temple of Solomon is the temple of the soul and the mon. The soul and the mind is inside of this temple. And the ancients used to build temples in alignment with the geometry of the human body, because they understood that this body is the temple. What they have done, religion, has externalized this, so that you no longer find the divinity within yourself. The moon is an external manifestation of your feminine energy within you. The sun is an external manifestation of the soul masculine power within you. Everything outside is within you, as above, so below, as within, so without. You yourself are the universe experiencing itself. You are the center of creation.
Spirit and matter. So essentially what we're looking at is mind creating spirit and matter. The universe is mental. Everything exists in the mind. What spirit is the energy, and basically the energy of mind, of the thinking mind. Spirit and matter are polar opposites. They are two vibrational states of the one substance, which is mind. Mind creates matter, mind creates spirit. Mind is the ultimate source of the universe. Man is made in the image of both the divine and physical. He is spiritual, he is physical. Everything is spiritual and physical. Everything physical has a spiritual, life-giving essence to it. Behind your body is the spirit. Without the spirit, you would be a dead meat sack. You wouldn't be able to move. Behind the animal is the spirit, the all life-giving force coming from the divine mind. Now, man is made in the image of both matter and spirit combined. Spirit is infused with matter. Like all things, however, man has the mind to be conscious of the spirit that dwells within. Animals cannot do this. Animals are purely stuck to their animal instinct. They are not self-aware of the spirit within them. They are only aware of They are only aware of their immediate environment, their physical reality. The animal. This is why animals symbolize our lower nature. But we have a heel, hell, physical. We have a head in the heavens where the spirit is. We can raise our consciousness above the animal self to the spirit, to the divine. Now, matter is a way of thinking, so is spirit. If you have a very low vibrational consciousness, your mind is directed to the lower aspects of consciousness, sex, lust, power, money, fame. This is all matter. This is a materialistic way of thinking. You must tune your mind to the higher aspects of consciousness. Tune your mind to spirit. There are two ways of thinking. Now, you are both of them combined. You need to find balance between them. This is what Leonardo da Vinci is depicting, man being both spirit and matter. The circle is eternal, beginning no ends. The square is limited, beginning and end. The body is in the square because the body is limited. The body is not eternal. It's mortal. The circle has no beginning, no end. It is immortal. The spirit is raised above the square, representing spirit over matter, the spirit controlling the matter, spirit controlling the body. We don't want the body controlling the spirit, the body controlling the mind. That's the lower mind. That's 666. This is the Freemasonic square and compass. We have the compass for the circle and the square for the square, which is matter. Spirit and matter combined with the G, the generative principle, or God, or geometry. Also, Leonardo da Vinci depicting the eye of Ra, the eye of Horus, the small pupil, because when you're in light, when you're in a very light environment, your pupils go small. This is the physical eye of man, the conscious mind, the physical eyes. Then you have the inner eye, the spiritual eye that sees in the darkness, that gives perception. That's the large pupil, because when you're in darkness, the pupils go large. You have the eye of Horus, the eye of Ra. You have the physical eyes that you look with, and you have the inner eye that gives you perception. You have black and white. Black represents matter, white represents spirit. Spirit and matter intertwined with one. This is the Masonic checkerboard. The earth is not just a rock. It's not a rock. It has spirit within it. The tree is not wood. It has spirit within it, which is the life-giving force. The life essence is the spirit. The earth has spirit. You have spirit. Everything has spirit. But you have the ability to be conscious of the spirit within and raise your consciousness to the spirit. And that's exactly what the Sumerians is showing you here, with the animal, the ground animal, stepping upwards to the flying bird, the elevated bird, to the spirit. And that's what the Anunnaki is. Anu is the supreme god of the sky. The sky is spirit. The stars is spirit. And earth is matter. That's why Anu has a wife called Kai. The word Kai means earth. It's another word for earth. So Anu, the supreme god of the sky, who is a Sumerian living essence of the heavens, representing the vast and infinity of the sky. His divine counterpart, Kai, the goddess of the earth. Together, they gave birth to the Anunnaki. This is a symbolic story. Everything we see from the past, from the Bible, the ancient text of India, from the ancient Sumerian texts, this is all symbolic for you. The Anunnaki is you. You are Anu and Ki, spirit and matter infused. You are the Anunnaki. You are the heavens. You are the earth together. Okay, that is exactly what we're looking at here. All of these texts are encoded, talking about you. It's never about history. None of these things were right in history. The Bible was not history. The Sumerian texts weren't history. Anunnaki were not history. This is all symbolic for you and your consciousness, your spirit and your matter. The indwelling spirit and your physical body. The Holy Spirit, the white dove. White represents spirit. The pine cone. This is the Anunnaki god. The pine cone in the Vatican. This is the head. This is the dome. This is the pine cone, the receiver of consciousness, the receiver of spirit. You see the spirit, you see the pine cone on the Pope's staff. This is crucifixion. What does this symbolize? You must crucify yourself, crucify your body to the spirit through the pineal gland. Pine is pine cone, pine, pineal, etymological connected. You have the Freemasonic square and compass. Now notice something. You have the square on top of the compass. This represents the beginning of the Mason's journey, the beginning of someone's journey on their spiritual evolution, of their spiritual awakening. This is what we're seeing here. We're seeing spirit underneath matter, matter over spirit. Now this one is the compass on top, which represents spirit over matter. This is the triumph. This is the ultimate state of consciousness when one has gained spirit over matter. Now we also see other symbolism of Freemasons depicting one leg on top of the other, which represents balance over spirit, balance of spirit and matter. All of this will be available in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This book is the next revolution of human consciousness. I cannot explain the amount of hours and work and research that has gone into this masterpiece. I'm not even going to call it a masterpiece. That is up to you whether you think it is a masterpiece. But I have put my heart and soul into this book. The amount of knowledge, over 230 pages of pure esoteric and occult knowledge that will blow your mind, that will make you feel so connected to the universe, because you're going to understand everything once this book is released. October the 8th is when you can get your copy. And if you are inside of the Ethereal University, then this book will be free for you. You'll get this book for free if you're inside my university. So I hope you all gained a great insight from this video, and I'll see you all in the next one. Hello, welcome to another lecture of the Ethereal University, the real university. You should be happy that you are here. You are in the only place in the world where you can find exclusive content from me myself for free thinkers and connecting with people who are like-minded and understand and know there is a deeper aspect to life and this reality. And this video, this lecture that I'm going to be talking about today is the meaning of life. What is the meaning of all of this? Because essentially, I've philosophized that nothing should truly exist. Nothing should exist. The fact that something does exist means it's an intelligent design, and something has created this. So the meaning of life, when I look at the meaning of life, I look at things that are impossible not to do. What is impossible not to do in your life? It is impossible for you not to create. It is impossible. You are creating and manifesting every second, every millisecond of the day. You are creating. The consciousness that you possess is a creating consciousness. And when we have creation minimal in our lives, we fall into mental illnesses. Well, I don't say they're mental illnesses, but we get things labeled as depression, anxiety, and all of these other things. We have to create. As a human being, it is in our nature for every living species to create in some sort of way. We are always creating every second of the day. The mind is infinite potential. The mind cannot be filled. The mind cannot be full. You can't fill the mind. You could know everything about the universe and every little secret, yet your mind would not be full. It is infinite potential. Every thought you think has potential to become true. Anything you think in your mind is true in your mind. There is nothing that you cannot think about. You see the power of the mind now that you understand it is an infinite potential. So when I say the mind is the universe is a giant mind, and we are all expressions of this mind. And when they say the universe is always expanding, it's the mind expanding into new information. The universe is mind, and the mind is always expanding. So creating is something that you cannot ignore. So you have to create something in your life. You have to create, you have to manifest, or else you will fall into some sort of mental problem. Learning is another one that it is impossible not to learn. Learning is the expansion of the universe. It's the expansion of mind. And every person you meet is a product of their mind. Where you are in life right now, whether you are very ahead, and I'm supposedly going to say, if you are joining this university, you are doing something right, because it's not on the cheaper side to join this university. So wherever you are in life is a direct manifestation of every thought that you have thought in the past. Where you are right now is a product of all of the thoughts collectively. And all of them thoughts collectively has led you to this point where you are right now. So what does this tell you? Your life is a product of thought. Your life is a product of mind. Everything you see in your life is a product of your mind, was manifested from your mind, from thought alone. Okay? So that's a very important thing to understand. And you can never learn enough. The more you figure out, the more you realize you know nothing. And I say that. I know absolutely nothing. The more you find out, the more doors that are open within the universe. The universe is an amazing place. You should appreciate being alive. You should appreciate that you are using the most advanced piece of technology on the face of the earth, which is the human body. It's so advanced. It's a piece of organic technology. It's so advanced. All of the systems are working together. We cannot replicate the human body. We can make rockets, we can make planes. You cannot replicate the human body. It is so advanced. It's so advanced. Limitation. This is a very important one. Physical reality limits our mind. Mind is infinite, like I explained earlier, and everything in the mind can happen in the mind. There is no limitation. When you are in the astral plane, there is no limitation. Depending where you are projecting yourself in and what realm you're projecting yourself into, there is no limitation. You can create worlds, and you do create worlds when you sleep. When you dream, you are creating your own world. When you are sleeping and dreaming, you are in fact creating a whole reality from your subconscious mind. And every character you see in your dream is an aspect of your mind. Did you know that? That when you are dreaming, there are hidden messages within your dreams because it's your subconscious mind coming to reality and showing you codes, showing you messages about your mind. So when the mind incarnates physically into a physical reality, there is limitation now pressed upon it. It's hexed. That's why I say you're hexed. You're in the hex of Saturn. Saturn is the cube. Saturn's pretty much the computer running this world, based off my research anyway. And it's time. Saturn is time. So you are limited by time. You have a set time here. And you are limited by physical matter. And when you are in physical reality, you are limited from the things that you learn here. You are a product of your mind's information that you gather. If you gather the deepest and secret knowledge, then your life has less limitations than the one who has a programmed mind. And you are learning the limitations of the mind. You are learning the limitations of physical reality. When you are in the astral plane or the imagination plane, whatever you want to call it, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You want an apple, you click it, you think it, and it's there. That screen in your mind is the astral plane where you can imagine things. You can pull things up on that screen right now, and it will be there. However, in a physical reality, you now have to give energy and discipline. You learn discipline, you learn to give energy to manifest it into a physical reality. To manifest something into a physical reality is a lot harder than manifesting into an imaginary plane, in the astral plane. So we come here to learn discipline and limitation and to find out how we function in a three-dimensional world of matter. Because essentially you were astral before you came here. And here's another one. Nature shows us truth. Open your eyes. You have day and the night. You have the sun, the conscious, the electric, boom, power, the sun, living. You have the moon. You have subconscious, the hidden one, the astral. So the sun represents physical reality. The moon represents astral reality. As above, so below. So what is this telling us? Well, the physical world is telling us that there's cycles in this world. You have the good and the bad, and they are cycles. And the beginning of one cycle is the end of another cycle. And the end of another cycle is just a new beginning. Everything is eternal. Your body is not eternal, but your mind is eternal. You have the cycle of the 4 seasons. Like I said, everything begins and ends, but the ending is just a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of the universe, symbolized by the Ouroboros. This symbol has been used for thousands of years. depicting the end is a new beginning. When you leave the physical reality, you are now reborn in the astral reality. Have you ever died in a dream? I've died in a dream. In fact, this was the other day. I got killed in my dream, and I woke up in another dream, in another reality. And I knew it was going to happen. Like, as soon as I woke up, I just knew, like, I'm in another body now. You are eternal. You are a multi-dimensional being. And until you gain access to these higher planes, people, you will realize how powerful we all truly are. We are all multi-dimensional beings, and we all have immense power when we figure out how to use these minds of ours. These minds are very, very, very powerful. Very powerful. So this is a new page from the new book, the Volume 2 Book of Wisdom. We also come here for growth and expansion, like I said earlier, the expansion of the universe. The scientists, these paid scientists that, are paid to lie to you, they say the universe is always expanding. Well, yes, it's mind. Mind is always expanding. Mind is always figuring out new information. The mind can never be full. It's always expanding. And the mind is the infinite potential. The mind is the universe. It's every substance you see around you is a product of mind. The squirrel, the dog, you, your mother, your family. It's all mind. All product. They all possess mind. They all share mind, and this mental plane is shared. And your reality is a product of thought, and this physical reality on a macro scale is a product of God's thought. Now, when I say we are God, we are a microcosm of God. God is within us. Now, I'm not saying that we are the creator of this reality. We did not design the human body. God did. We did not design the functions of the heavens, the order of the heavens, and how the sun rotates around the earth. How it does that, I really do not know. The heavens and the sun and how they move is one of the biggest mysteries known to man. How does the sun truly move? How does it never run out of energy? How does it move? How does the stars move? What's moving it? What's the force behind it? Who is it obeying? It's technology. The sun is the most advanced technology ever, but that's of a whole nother video I can go over. But I'm not saying I am the one. You are the one who created this reality, who designed the human body and designed everything in this world. I'm saying that you can connect to the source within yourself. The source of life, the source of the universe is inside of you. And you can connect with it. And you are using that power of the source of the universe to create life, to manifest your will in this physical reality. That is the mind. The mind is God. So, you have the day and the night, you have the left and the right. Everything is dual in this world. We learn duality. We learn the good and evil. And that's why I say the body, while the central nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why? Because the tree of knowledge of good and evil is this electrical nervous system you are experiencing this reality from. The central nervous system is giving you the knowledge of duality, of good and evil in this physical dual world. Your consciousness is experiencing the central nervous system. Without the nervous system, you cannot function in this world. You need it. This is why it's sacred. It's the tree within the Garden of Eden. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Please contact me if you wish, for any lectures on anything you want. Give me a message. I'll create a lecture for you. And yeah, have an amazing day, people. Lesson number 3, conscious and the subconscious mind. This is so important to understand how the mind works and the two aspects of the mind. If you don't know this, your life is going to be hell. So make sure to listen and get your notepads out. So the conscious mind is the awareness. This is what you're aware of right now. You're listening to me. You're probably watching your phone or, laptop, something like that. Your five senses, your mental state, your awareness. This is all your awareness. What you're aware of. This is the 10% of your mind. Only 10% of your mind is what you're aware of, your consciousness. You're conscious. So, I know what I'm touching. I know what I'm aware of. I'm aware of my feelings, what I'm thinking. This part of the mind, what you consciously do, impresses the subconscious mind, which is 90% of your mind. Think about that. 90% of your mind, you are not aware of what is going on in that part of your mind. It's all there, but it's all in the background. The subconscious mind controls the systems in your body. So it is the mind that is telling your heart to beat, telling your lungs to breathe, telling your digestive system to digest food without you being conscious of it. So the subconscious mind is controlling every single system in your body and telling it to do its job. It's storing all of your memory, all of your paradigms, which are mental programs. Very, very, very important. These mental programs that you have are why you act the way you are, why you do certain things the way you do. All of these programs that you have generated throughout your life from the conscious mind. The conscious mind is picking up on your awareness and your surroundings. So when you were a child, between the age of 0 to 7, your subconscious mind was wide open to programming. Why? Because this is why by the age of 2 or 3 you start to speak. Because your subconscious mind is that wide open. You are literally sucking in every bit of information so you can progress in life, so you can start to talk, walk, and act as a human being. So between the age of 0 to 7, there are programs that are really, really, really deep rooted within your mind. And these programs are operating 90% of your mind. 90% of your mind, which is 90% of your thoughts, and your thoughts become your emotions and they become your actions. Everything in the subconscious is affecting your life, is manifesting. So the subconscious is not only created by these programs between the age of 0 to 7, you've also generated new programs and you're still creating them now. However, essentially we are deeply rooted with the older programs, but you create programs with emotion and repetition. Emotion and repetition generate mental programs. Driving your car, changing gear, tying your shoelace. You don't have to think about doing these things. You can literally just do it on autopilot because your subconscious mind knows that program is there. So when you consciously think of tying your laces, bang, it's done. You don't have to think about it. The subconscious takes over and does it. So the subconscious is manifesting 90% of your daily basis actions, thoughts, and emotional state on a daily basis. So what's that mean? The subconscious rules your life pretty much, and you need to change these programs. Okay, we're not going to go into this lesson, but the subconscious also sees, counts, and analyzes everything. For example, you go and past this sign, you're in a car, you drive past this sign at 6 o'clock in the morning on the way to work. 8 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock or when you're driving back home, you have a random thought, oh, I'd love a KFC. Because your mind, you might not have consciously been aware of it, but because of this sign was in your visual sight at 6 o'clock in the morning, later on that day, that subconscious mind has picked up because you started to feel hungry. And this was the first thing you seen that day. This is why it's called advertisement. Ment means mind. They're advertising to your mind and your subconscious. This doesn't really effectively work on the conscious mind, but it works on the subconscious. It lingers thoughts and images in your subconscious memory because of theta waves. When you wake up, an hour or two just after you wake up, your brain is producing theta waves, which is the waves where your subconscious mind has access, easy access. Theta wave is your mind is open to programming. So just before you go to sleep, and when you wake up, your brain's producing theta waves. And this is when your subconscious mind is wide open. This is why you need to be very careful. Never go on your phone when you wake up. Never scroll on TikTok or whatever. Don't do this stuff. The first thing you need to do when you wake up is say something positive and feel something positive. Do this every single day before you go to sleep and after you wake up. This will change your life. This will create positive impressions on your subconscious mind. Okay? It also, the conscious mind, it's like a cycle. The conscious mind, thoughts and emotions, impresses the subconscious, and this will repeat. Then the whatever you put into the subconscious will then be put back onto the conscious. It's like a repeating cycle. Okay, so you need to understand this very, very deeply. You need to understand how powerful the subconscious mind is. This is the reason why you think your name is whatever, John, and this is why you wake up at a certain time. This is why you run the way you do. Everything is stored within the subconscious mind. Everything is in there. You identify yourself with the programs that are in your subconscious mind. And that's what the matrix is. The matrix, the system, is a program within your subconscious mind. This system doesn't truly exist. In the physical world, there's buildings and everything. There's only buildings. There's the government building. There's a government group. But what gives that power? The programs, the mind. This system only exists in our minds. We only need to go to school because our mind believes we need to go. We only go to jail because our mind believes this system. The matrix is a program within your subconscious, and so is your self-identity. Your self-identity is just a program within your subconscious mind. Higher faculties. You need to work on your imagination, will, intuition, memory, reason, and perception. This was in the first lesson. You need to work on these to access the subconscious mind. These are all part of your subconscious mind. You have to work on your will, especially your will and imagination, and your memory. They are the three very, very important faculties you need to work on. Can't stress enough how this is so powerful on your life and your subconscious mind. So for example, I'm going to give you another example of how the subconscious mind affects your life. Let's say you were in a car crash. 20 years ago, you were in a car crash. You were going down the M6 in a red car. Someone flies around the corner or someone smashes into the side of you. You really hurt your leg. Your leg's broken. Your arm's broken. You might have even seen a fellow passenger die. Okay, right? This was 20 years ago. Because you had a strong emotion that you felt that very traumatic, sad, painful emotion. That emotion that you thought had a very, very big punch on your subconscious mind. And this is why, if you think about that moment, that traumatic moment that you've experienced when you were younger, you can recall that moment so vividly, like you were there. Like you could remember the taste, the smell. You could remember every little detail about that moment. Why? Because of the impression of your emotions. Because of the strong emotion you felt punched your subconscious. It says you're never going to ever forget that. Memory. What did I say in the beginning? You don't have good or bad emotion. You don't have good or bad memories, just strong or weak ones, depending on how deeply you impressed your subconscious mind with that emotion. Okay? Therefore, I've just given you the secret to success. The secret to your manifestation is emotion. Your emotions are not what you've been taught. Emotions are not something that is reactive. They should not be reactive. Okay? Your emotions are something that are given to you so you can manifest. Your emotions are a creational force. Emotion, energy in motion. Your emotions are energy in motion. And these emotions are impressed in your subconscious mind. And that's another thing. Whatever you think in your subconscious, whatever you think is true. Whatever you think is true in your subconscious mind. Whatever you think and whatever you say and whatever you feel is truth to your subconscious mind. Remember, the subconscious mind is manifesting 90% of your thoughts and daily actions. Therefore, if you call someone an idiot, if you feel like death, you feel bad, you feel sad, you're telling your subconscious mind that's what you want. If you call someone an idiot, you're telling your subconscious mind that is what you are, because the subconscious doesn't know anyone else but you. Only knows you. It only knows yes. Yes, 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 yes. I want this, I want this, I want this. That is all it does. If you think a negative thought, you're telling your subconscious, I want that. If you feel a negative emotion, you're telling your subconscious, I want that. And it will manifest it. And that's why you need to control your mind. You have to control your mind and emotions and what you say. Okay? Very, very important, people. So remember, when you were in that traumatic moment, going back to the car crash, right? When you were in that traumatic moment, because you experienced that moment, it still affects you today. Because you had that car crash and you felt that such negative and traumatic emotion, it's still affecting you today because you'll be conscious of whose car you get in. I won't get in certain cars with him because this might happen because of that. Or you might not even go in a car at all because of that event. That is how the subconscious mind manifests into 90% of your daily basis behaviors. Every program you have is having an effect on your decision making, your actions and thoughts. This is why you need to heal childhood traumas through meditations. We'll go over that. You need to heal the subconscious. You need to let go from these programs and create your own programs. Hope you enjoyed this lesson. Go and watch the next one. How's it going, people? Today we're going to be going on lesson 5 on the human electromagnetic field. This is very, very important, people. You have to understand how energy works, how your mind contributes towards this, and how your emotions contribute towards this. So the heart produces this electromagnetic field, which surrounds the body from 3 foot to 9 foot, depending on your internal state. And we'll get into that a bit later. But the heart produces this field. Now, the brain is all to do with the mind intelligence. However, the heart is the second brain. It is to do with the emotional intelligence of our beings. So mind and emotion, directly connected. They are directly connected. Every thought that you think is producing an emotion. So the thought that you think is an electrical signal in the brain which then gets sent to the heart. Now, the heart is what's judging. It judges you. It judges what is right, what is wrong. It tells you, is this thought good, is it bad, based off the emotional sense that you gain off that thought. Therefore, before we go any further, every single cell in your body, every single organ has its own electromagnetic field. So every cell, every organ, the organs come up to bunch together to create the system. The systems come together to create the body. And all of this contributes towards the electromagnetic field of the heart. Okay? So everything is electromagnetic. I am, you am, every atom is electromagnetic. So what we need to understand is that our diet plays a huge role in raising our frequency. Our frequency is our spirit, our spiraling energy field. The stronger this field is, the more impact you have on reality when it comes to manifesting your reality, what you want. So it's important that we keep our body healthy, our cells healthy, because all of this contributes to what you're putting out, and how effective your energy is putting out into the quantum field around you. So your heart produces this field based off the emotion that you feel. So every emotion that you feel, your internal state, is what manifests this electromagnetic field. So when you stand next to someone, you can feel their vibe. You can get a sense of how this person is feeling. Well, because you're feeling the energy that their internal state is manifesting the external energy, which you're picking up. So when their mood changes, you can feel it in their energy, especially if your third eye is wide open. So what I'm trying to say is your emotions is what attracts things to you, because your heart produces this magnetic energy. So your heart is producing magnetic energy. Every emotion that you feel is creating magnetic energy, which is drawing people, things, situations to you. All of this contributes towards your life, because everything has a domino effect. If you happen to draw the right person to you because of your happy emotional state, that person can just change your life and turn the wheel on manifesting your reality. So like I said before, when we feel higher emotional states and elevated states of emotion, this strengthens our electromagnetic field. So when we feel happiness, contentment, joy, love, all of this expands our field from 5 meters to around 9 feet, 5 feet to 9 feet around your body. And the stronger this field is, the stronger your emotions are, and the more elevated they are, the stronger impact you have on matter. Why? Because you're vibrating more than matter. You're becoming more spirit than matter. So therefore, it is mind over matter. So if you experience these higher elevated emotions, you then have a greater impact on creating matter and influence on atoms around you and people around you. The higher you vibrate, the more people are going to stare at you, the more things that are going to happen better in your life, because the more energy that you're putting out positively. So this electromagnetic field is so important, and your emotions and your thoughts play a crucial role. You control your thoughts. This will then control your emotion, and then your emotion will control your magnetic energy. And not to mention, when we meditate, we turn our mind inward. So therefore, all of the attention, because where attention goes, energy flows. So where attention goes, energy flows. So if you turn your mind inward and put your attention on yourself, all of that energy is being internalized, and you can then redirect that into manifesting your reality. You can use this energy to manifest your reality. Okay, So the world will mirror back what we feel in our heart. This is a great saying. Whatever you carry in your heart, you will experience. Because emotion is energy in motion. The emotion you feel is the thought motion. So every thought you think produces energy in motion, which is emotion, which will then be put out into the quantum field, well, which is everything's in your mind, because the words you say, the things you feel, mold your mind, and your mind mirrors the external world. So you need to be careful what you're thinking, feeling, and saying and hearing, because all of this has an effect on your external world, because it has an effect on shaping your mind. Okay, so controlling emotions, we need to get rid of the reactive emotions and use them intentionally. The more reactive you are, the more prone you are to lowering your frequency, which will have a great effect on manifesting your reality. We need to aim to reach them high states of emotion, to keep our cells, to keep our body high frequency. So I hope this lesson helped you. On the next one, we're going to be talking about maintaining this field. Lesson 2, planes of existence. These planes are all aspects of your mind. They are in you, they are outside of you, as above, so below. The Godhead is the sole purpose. This is how spiritual manifests into physical. This is the process that the universe goes through in creating the physical universe. So it starts with the Godhead, the sole purpose, then the mind, then the astral, then the etheric, then the physical. Everything is mental. Everything exists in the mind. These dimensions are not separate. They're all dimensions within your mind. They're different vibrational states, pretty much. So the mind is the realm of thoughts. This is where thoughts reside. There's no form to a thought. It's invisible. There's no physicality to it. It's the most lucid. The higher you go, the more lucid it is. The lower you go, the more solid it becomes. Okay? So the mental plane is the most lucidic. So the mental plane is the thought alone. The astral plane is the imagination of the thought. This is where the thought forms manifest into some sort of form. Not physical form, but some sort of form, lucid form. Like dreams. Then it goes to the etheric, then physical plane. The etheric plane is the blueprint. It's like a blueprint of the astral and the physical form. It's basically the realm of energy. This is where energy is and frequency. And then the physical plane is where physical manifestations happen. So essentially, this physical world is a product and the world of effect. Everything goes through this is a world of effect. You can't change this world by manipulating it physically. You can, but it's not going to last long. It's not long term. This is where we get the saying as above, so below from. You change the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. If you manipulate the astral plane, you manipulate the physical plane. This is a mirror effect. You manipulate the mental plane, you manipulate all of the planes. So these planes are how things manifest into physicality. Everything starts in the mind, then goes through the astral. Now, the higher, middle, and lower astral are the vibrational states of the thought, because remember that the mental plane is the thought alone. So, for example, I'm going to give you an example now. This is a chair. Think of a chair. Don't imagine the chair. Just think of the thought of a chair. So you have the thought of a chair in your mind. Now, imagine that thought. What form does it have? This is the astral plane. This is the imaginational plane. This is where you imagine things. So when you hold something in the screen of your mind, this is astral matter. You're creating out of astral matter. That's what imagination is. Depending on the vibration of that thought that you are manifesting in your imagination, depends whether it goes to the higher, middle, or lower astral. If it's a high vibrational form, high vibrational thought, you create the higher astral plane. This imagination will go into the higher astral. Or if you think of a chair to murder someone on it with spikes and kill someone on it, it will go to the lower astral plane because it's a lower vibrational thought form manifesting. So you got to use these planes to manifest things, to imagine things. You can manipulate the astral plane through astral projection. This is a very, very occult teaching of astral projection, and that's going to be taught later on in another course, because that's not for everyone. But you can still access the astral plane through imagination, and that is how you pretty much get there. You use your conscious mind to project yourself, your consciousness, your awareness into the astral plane. So if you manipulate these higher planes of existence, you manipulate these lower planes. As above, so below. You got to look up. But it all starts in the mind. Use your thoughts correctly. Use your thoughts. Use your imagination. Use your energy. And this will all combine to manifest something physical. Okay? So use these planes to manipulate this physical world, because whatever you do in these planes, you manipulate the lower planes. It's like a mirror. So that is the planes of existence. They all exist inside of you. They're outside of you. They're as above, so below, as within, so without. They are everywhere. They are inside of you. They're not separate. They're all aspects of your mind. Lesson 6. Maintaining the human electromagnetic field, the human energy field. This is an important one, people. You have to understand how this field works. Without this field, you can't pull things to you. You can't attract things. You know, the weaker your field, the more prone you are to diseases. The weaker the field, the less manifestation, the less power you have over matter. You have to have a strong field. Okay? This field is very important when it comes to manifesting and pulling things to you, attracting people. Because essentially this field is a manifestation of your internal state. So your internal state manifests this external field through your, the things you do on a daily basis contribute to this field and how strong it is. So to keep it strong, you have to realize that it's constantly changing based on your environment, the people around you, electrical devices, thoughts, emotions, and the food within the body. Now, every single cell in your body has its own electromagnetic field, has its own magnetic energy. And this magnetic energy can be weakened or strengthened by the food that you are putting in your body. So therefore, when we eat food that is processed, that is not grown under the sun, made in some sort of lab or manufacturing, wherever, it has no magnetic energy to it. It's vibrating so low that when you consume it, it's going to pull your energy. It's going to lower your frequency, it's going to lower your mood. It's going to just destroy everything about you. You don't want it in your body. You have to eat raw food. As much as you need as much uncooked raw food as possible, because the cooked food is what kills the magnetic energy in it, kills nutrients as well. But it's based off magnetic energy. They never want to tell you this. They want you focused on nutrients, minerals, but they'll never tell you about the magnetic energy, the etheric energy, about the food. Yes, meat might have some, nutritious benefits to the body. flesh might have that. However, the magnetic energy behind it is negatively charged. Because the magnetic energy never leaves the food. Never. Energy can't be killed, cannot be destroyed. Therefore, the slaughtered animal is running, fear, traumatized, and all this negative energy is stuck within the food, and this is going to lower your vibration and weaken your field. So don't just think about nutrition. Think about magnetic energy. You're an electromagnetic being. So you need to make sure you're eating food that is under the electric sun. When you stand under the sun, you feel that masculine, powerful electrical energy charging you in your body, in your cells. This is why you feel so much better when you're under the sun. It's because it charges you. It charges your body, your cells, your mind, your spirit, everything. It upgrades your DNA. The sun is amazing. You need the food that grows underneath the sun, because the sun crystallizes in the food. When you eat raw fruit that's grown under the sun, you're eating the sun. You're pretty much eating electrical currents. You're putting that into your body, and it's charging your body, charging the cells, because the cells produce electricity. Your body is made of water, which, contributes to moving electricity around your body. So your diet is very important when it comes to maintaining the strength of your electromagnetic field, because the weaker this field, the less impact you have on manifesting over matter and pulling things to you, and magnetically pulling people and, surroundings to you. It's a magnetic field. It pulls things to you. The right people, the right places. So eat fruits and vegetables as much as possible. Grounding, putting your feet in the soil or in the earth. This will charge you. The earth is electromagnetic. This will strengthen the field, strengthen your body, strengthen your cells, put electricity in your body. Everything is just amazing when you ground, especially when you're stood under the sun as well. It's a double whammy. So grounding every day is important to keep the strength of your field up. So if you have a very weak field, you're just gonna, you're gonna attract negative people. You can sense it from a mile off. When you see a negative person, you don't even need to know them. You can just sense that they're very negative, very low vibration. You see it on their face. You feel it in their energy. It's a no-brainer. Energy doesn't lie. And this is because their field is so depleted because of the food, the thoughts, the emotions. They're so unattached from nature. And this is why it's so important to get back in touch with nature, back in touch with your body. And this will strengthen not only your field, but your mind and emotion will be better. So your diet plays a massive role. Grounding, very important. Proper thinking, being present. Your field is made out of your thoughts as well as your emotions. Being present is a very important one, because when you put your mental attention into the future or the past, you're giving energy to it. So when you are in the present, you retain energy. Okay, you don't give energy away by retaining energy, by being in the present. Proper thinking. This is a very important one. So thinking is energy, mental energy. Every thought is either, positively impacting you or negatively impacting you. So every negative thought that you think, you need to think 3 more positive ones to try and counteract and balance this out. And over periods of time, this will create you to, think positive. And you need positive thinking. You're just dragging yourself down. You're slowing the process of where you want to go in life just by negative thinking alone. You see, your external world it's not actually external. The world is within you. You're not in the world. The external world is within you. So therefore, your mind is like the controller of your external world, because you are a result of your thoughts. where you are in your life now, where you are right now listening to this, is an effect and a direct manifestation of all the thoughts that you have thinked in the past. Think about that for a minute. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you have thinked. I bet you've never realized that. Every thought, every decision has contributed to where you are right now. Therefore, you change your thoughts, further down the line, you change your external world, you change your life. You change the way you think, you change the people around you. It's directly correlated. The mind is a reflection of your external world. So every thought has an emotion attached to it, and the emotion is energy in motion. We've gone over this, which contributes to your electromagnetic field. So your positive emotion is going to strengthen your electromagnetic field. And when this field is stronger, the more impact you have on matter, the more abilities you have to pulling people to you and places. Okay, so your heart knows everything. Your heart knows what is good and what is bad. When you go against the inner guide, the heart's voice, you're actually weakening your field. You're weakening your willpower, you're weakening your mind, you're weakening your electromagnetic field just by going against that inner guide. When you know you're doing something bad, you're not only, mentally going to suffer, you're going to suffer energetically and physically. Because what affects your electromagnetic field affects your body. So do not go against that inner guide. The people around you have a massive effect on your field. So when you interact with someone, there's a balancing out of the frequencies. Every frequency does this. It's called binaural beats. Every frequencies do this. When two frequencies meet, they harmonize and they balance. So if you're vibrating very high and you meet someone who's vibrating very low, when you meet, your vibrations will balance out. So yours will lower and his will rise to counteract, so to balance out. So that person is essentially taking your energy if they're vibrating lower than you. So it's important that you understand and be mindful of the people who are in your surroundings, because they're either taking your energy or giving energy to you and contributing towards your life. It's so important that you change the people in your life. If you want to heal your body, stop talking to the people or don't chill with them as much if they just want to go out and eat Burger King every day. You see, it's not only physically are they going to take that, they're going to have, because their thoughts are in their electromagnetic field. So when you're around these people, you're gaining their thoughts, you're gaining their emotions. And this is why you feel so influenced. The word flu in influence. Because influence energy is like a flu. It's sticky. The people around are giving you energy, giving you thoughts, giving you emotions. So it's so important you keep clean-hearted people around you and people who contribute towards your life. If not, cut them out. If they're not contributing towards something in your life and you're not contributing something towards theirs, cut them out. Is it going to help you? No, then remove it. It's so important that you stick to this. So the people around you have an effect on your field. And like we say, the lower the field, the less impact you have on reality. The higher frequency you are, the more wave you are than matter. So I hope you learned a lot from this video. Lesson 13, mirror magic. This is all to do with mirrors and how you should treat mirrors in yourself. You see, mirrors not only just reflect your vision and yourself, they reflect what you say, what you speak, and what you feel. They reflect energy. Okay? So it's important that you are saying the correct things and feeling the correct things in front of mirrors, because mirrors reflect back to you everything you say into them. They are a great tool you can use to reprogram your subconscious mind. Now, the good thing with this, you can do this when you brush your teeth. You can do this every time you see yourself in a mirror. You see, what you say into a mirror is also being reflected back to you, which is then reflected back to the mirror and done infinite amount of times. It infinitely reflects what you think and say and feel. So if you say a negative thing into a mirror, or you say I am ugly, this is just going to constantly reflect back between you and the mirror and quickly and rapidly reprogram your subconscious mind. So it's important that you say the correct things in front of mirrors. Okay? Mirrors are a very powerful tool to change your mind and to manifest things. So if you get yourself hyped up, you think and feel and you say the things, your affirmations into the mirror, this is a very powerful way to become that frequency. Okay? It's all about giving high energy. Work yourself up. Give energy to these affirmations that you say, and never entertain any negative thought, any negative emotion into mirrors, because mirrors are what are reflecting back to you. Okay, this is a very, very important lesson, because a lot of people are used to, doubting themselves in the mirrors and stuff like that. So you've got to make sure that you say very positive into mirrors and say, think, and feel very positive things. And this will reflect back to you in energetic wise, and you're reprogramming your subconscious. Lesson 4, programming the subconscious mind. This is so important, people. You have to reprogram the programs that are in your mind. Everything is true in the subconscious mind. This is why the ancients had the golden rule: treat others like you want to be treated. Because if I go, like I said in the other video, if I go and call you an idiot, I'm calling my subconscious mind an idiot, which will then telling my subconscious that is what I want. So remember, it is impressed by emotion and repetition. These are the two main ways the subconscious mind is reprogrammed. Repetition. You tie your shoelaces every single day. You know how to do it. You know how to change gear in your car. This is repetition. You have created a program through this repetition. And emotion, the traumatic event that you had when you were young, you can remember that program, you can remember that day like it was today, very, very, very vividly, because of the strong emotion that you felt together, you felt at that point, which then created a mental program which manifests into your daily basis behavior, thought patterns, and actions. Old habits are programs. This is why you're trying to create your new life. You're trying to break your old habits. The reason why you're not breaking your old habits is because that habit is a program itself, that it has to manifest. It's so hard not for it to manifest, because it's part of the mind's automatic system. The mind has an automatic system which is running your body on autopilot. The subconscious is running your body's organs. It's telling your heart to beat on autopilot. That habit you have is an autopilot program. Therefore, you have to change this programming by accessing the subconscious mind and rewriting these programs through, like I said, repetition and emotion. Repetition and emotion, combining these two methods, will reprogram your subconscious mind. And when is the subconscious mind most accessible? 1 hour when we wake up and just before we go to sleep. Your brain is producing theta waves. It doesn't have to be then when these two are, it doesn't have to be when you wake up or when you go to sleep. You can also create theta waves when you access deep meditation. Deep meditation. So you have to do these every single day, as much as you can. Doesn't have to be when you wake up, doesn't have to be before you go to sleep. Whenever you get time, or whenever your conscious mind floats over the idea of doing it, do it. Repeat affirmations constantly, as much as you can. And I mean every second of the day if you have to. Whenever you get the time, mentally say it, physically say it. Get these affirmations done as much as possible to reprogram that subconscious. It has to be in present tense. The subconscious does not know the future, does not know the past. It only knows now. It only knows you, doesn't know anyone else, and it only knows now. You and now is only this is the only thing the subconscious mind knows. And it is everything is true in the subconscious. Therefore, thinking, feeling, and saying I am affirmations. It has to be in the present tense. You have to claim as if you are what you are saying. If you want financial freedom, say money is coming in constantly on a daily cycle or whatever, or I am financially free. Money is coming in. I am happy. I am healed. I am healthy. Whatever you are trying to manifest, believe it is true. Say it is true and feel it is true on a daily basis as much as possible. Most effectively in the mornings and at nighttime and in deep meditation. Every single morning, as soon as you wake up, it's the first thing that should be on your mind is reprogramming the subconscious mind. Is feeling the emotion of that life you want, feeling the emotional state of your desire, rich, free, or happy, affirming your desire, listening to repeated affirmations. Download an app on your phone, whatever, voice recorder, whatever it is, download an app. Record yourself saying, I am affirmations, I am healthy, I am rich, money flows into my life abundantly. And listen to this every single morning for half an hour, 10 minutes, whatever. Do it every single morning as much as you can. And while you're listening to them, mentally say them. And while you're listening to them. Feel as if they are true constantly, as much as possible. You have to do this to reprogram the mind. And don't keep changing the affirmations. Listen to the same ones over and over and over and over again. And I'm telling you, you will know the affirmations off by heart. And it'll be that deeply rooted in your subconscious. You will literally think about it constantly. Once it's in the subconscious, once you have this deep new program of you feeling wealthy or feeling healthy or wealthy or healed, it has to manifest. Because what happens? The programs are manifesting 90% of your daily basis behavior. So if you create a program where you already feel like money is rolling in more than ever, or you are healed, that will manifest into 90% of your thought patterns, 90% of your actions, and 90% of your daily basis behavior. And it will be subconsciously. You won't even know you are acting upon this program because it's in the automatic system of your mind. This is how powerful this is. So if you create a program on, let's say you want to be financially free, and you've created a program, a memory, a paradigm, because you've been saying these affirmations and you've been thinking and feeling about this desired reality, guess what? You will be taking action according to that program. You will think the thoughts. You will do the things that person does of that reality. And you won't even know. This is how powerful it is. You have to do this. Mirrors are very, 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 very powerful. You have to stay aware of what you're thinking, feeling into a mirror, because it's a direct reflection. Be very careful what you're saying to mirrors, and never ever say anything negative into a mirror. Okay? Meditation. Find a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply in through the nose until your lungs are full. Then exhale slowly out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Bring all of your attention to the present moment and lose track of thoughts, environment, stress, if you're trying to fall asleep, as if you're trying to fall asleep. So, if a thought, because this will happen, thoughts will appear, then you just have to remove it. Thoughts will keep trying to appear into your conscious mind when you're trying to meditate. Bring your awareness to the present moment, and if a thought comes, remove it. And this will keep happening. Thoughts or little words or little voice will come, just remove it. Keep removing it. And once you repeat this process, you'll gain a meditative state, a sleepish state. Your body become relaxed. The body will start to sleep, but your mind will be aware. Your conscious mind will be aware. Now bring all of your attention to the emotion you would feel as if you've got what you wanted. Feel that reality that you have, that you wanted. Feel the financial free, the freeness. Feel it. Feel as if you've already got it. Feel as if there is millions in the bank. Feel as if you are healed. Feel as if you are running around happy, or whatever emotion it is of that desired reality that you want. Use your will to hold this emotional state. Like I said, the will is so important. You have to work on your will and imagination. They are very important. Use your will to hold this emotional state. Now you have to bring in your imagination, which is another higher faculty you need to work on. Imagine yourself being the person you want to become. What would you be wearing? Where are you? What would you look like? What would you smell like? Imagine, if you want to become financially free, imagine you are on a beach. Imagine you had the financial freedom. You had the freedom of traveling around the world. What would that feel like? Imagine the place you'd be. Imagine what you'd be wearing. Feel the emotion, your emotional state, and imagine it. Hold this thought and emotion for as long as you can and experience the life you want. And I'm telling you, you do this over and over and over, combining this with the affirmations on a daily basis. I promise you, you will reprogram the subconscious mind that deeply. Your life will change. Not only your life, it will start to steep into your emotions. It will creep on your actions, sorry, not your emotions. This program will creep onto your actions, and you won't even know you're acting according to this program that you've created. And before you know it, you're working this hard towards this life, it will show up in your life. But like I said, cause and effect. You have to take action on this program. You have to take action on these thoughts towards your goals. You can't sit around meditating and affirmating every day. But I promise something will happen to trigger this program. You will make the right decision. You will go the right place at the right time and meet someone, or you will have a conversation with someone and something will pop up in your mind and you can just, that is it. Your life will change. This is so important. Affirmations and meditation on a daily basis will reprogram your subconscious mind. You can heal, you can manifest, you can attract, you can do whatever you want. You can get rid of depression like this, anything you want. Tell your subconscious mind you already have it. The stronger the emotion you feel, the more impact it's going to have on your subconscious. You have to do this, people. This is a very, very, very important part of manifesting, is the subconscious mind. Thank you all. Lesson 12, sigil magic. So what are sigils? Sigil is a symbol, same thing. And it represents something corresponding with your mind. So, for example, without you even seeing the letters, this object, well, this shape corresponds with something within your mind that associates with that shape that you see. So the symbol for Nike, everyone knows it's Nike, even without it saying Nike. It's because this symbol has been associated with something that our minds recognize. So symbols speak to our mind and subconscious mind. Okay, and within us and around us are the other planes: astral, mental, and etheric, and physical. So this symbol, right, the Nike symbol, carries energy. Why does it carry energy? It's because all of the collective minds that have seen this symbol have a collective thought and associations within their minds that associate beliefs with this symbol. So another way to see this is this symbol is speaking to you energetically and metaphorically to your right hemisphere and your mind. So the collective minds, this is very hard for me to express and teach this because we're talking about something metaphysical within the mind. There's not many words, it's hard to describe. So a symbol carries mental energy. Mental belief, mental awareness is energy. So all of the collective minds have a belief about this symbol. They know what this symbol represents in their minds, and this carries energy. So if you go and wear this symbol, you are associating yourself with the energy. You are carrying that energy. Okay? So that's how symbols are very powerful. They carry energy because when someone sees you with that symbol on, they associate you with their mental belief system on that symbol. So you can create symbols yourself. What you have to do is create a sigil, something simple, easy to remember. Okay? You got to make sure it's very easy to remember because you're going to have to imagine this symbol as well. Create a sigil, like a triangle with whatever in, and give it a mental belief. So every time you see this symbol, or it could even be a letter. You could even use something so simple. Whenever you see this, it's going to remind you of that belief that you have with that symbol. And what you need to do is create it on a piece of paper or a bay leaf, draw it, and give it mental attention. Hover your hand over it and give it a charge. Imagine this symbol glowing and give it the belief, give it the intent. It's all about your intention with the symbol. Okay? And you want to keep this symbol on you at all times. And when you do meditations, when you enter deep states of meditations or manifesting meditations, you can, instead of thinking about the reality you want, you could think about the symbol. This is a very good way to visualize. If you're not very good at visualizing a full reality of yourself in a world somewhere else with whatever you want or whatever you want to manifest, if you can't imagine in detail, this is a good practice. Imagining a symbol and holding your mental energy, your mental awareness and attention on that symbol. And you are associating mental energy with that symbol. And it will become bigger and stronger and stronger. And it will impress your subconscious mind. You want to give this symbol emotional energy as well. And then what you could also do with this symbol, or words, you can even use words. I am, I achieved, I have, underneath water, because water holds memory. Because when you speak to plants, which take in water, if you say love to one plant and hate to the other, the love plant will grow bigger and the hate plant will die off. It's because it's all to do with frequency. So if you write good words on a piece of paper or a sigil and put it under the water glass, it will impress them energy frequency codes into the water, and then you drink the water. And this is all helping and contributing towards getting you towards that frequency of what you want. Giving that energy. It's all about filling your mind with what you want to manifest. You have to find a way to fill your mind as much as possible with what you have, what you want to have. It's about tricking the mind, about something you already have. So you can do this with the sigils. You can do this with, prayer, meditation, all of these different things. You want to employ them into your life. Every time you drink water, you want to impress them, speak into the water. Make the water vibrate on the frequency that you want and then drink it. Okay, this is very important. You have to find every single way to get yourself to that frequency by filling your mind with what you already have, what you want to manifest, by believing in your mind you already have it, and filling your spirit with that energy. By giving your electromagnetic field that frequency, you becoming that frequency. It's all about maintaining that frequency and that mindset, and it will reflect into your external world. So you want to find all these different ways and do them as much as possible. So to go over that again, create a sigil, just draw it, give it mental attention, mental energy. You can visualize it in meditation, or you can put it underwater. Keep it on you at all times, and whenever you see that symbol, think about what you have, what you want, and this will all contribute towards manifesting. Hello, welcome to lesson number 1 of Manifestation Mastery 2.0. So the first lesson we're going to be getting into is the 7 universal laws. You need to obey these laws and operate your life within these laws so that you can maximize your manifestation. Now, what you need to realize is that you are manifesting at all times. You are manifesting now with what you are thinking, what you are doing. Everything is manifestation. But when you choose to do this consciously, you can get anything you want in your life. Think of it like this. When you're playing a video game, GTA for example, you level up your character. You are not the body, you're not the person in the game, you are the intelligence behind that body. You are this invisible intelligence which is a creating force. It manifests everything. You are a microcosm of God, a creator. You're a manifester. You can take non-physical thoughts and produce that into a physical world, material world. So this is the mindset you need to adapt. So the first universal law is the law of mentalism. Okay, mentalism, everything is mind. There is one substance in the universe, and that substance is mind. Me, you, are mind. We are the same substance. Yes, we are in a different physical form, a different physical body. However, the mind, the substance that makes your intelligence, is the exact same. The mind is the universe. Everything is the universe. Matter and mind are one. So, the mind is cause. You are not the mind, though. This is what you need to understand. You are the soul, which is the observer of the mind. You are the one listening to the mind. You are the one behind the mind. However, without the mind, nothing can exist. There's no understanding. There's no intelligence. The soul is the consciousness, the observer, the awakeness, the conscious. The mind is the intelligence of your consciousness, your awareness. So mind is cause. Mind is the one substance. Good and bad are the same thing. Now let me break this down. Good and bad are two opposing things, right? But it's the same. They're 2 degrees of the same substance. Now, what do I mean? Hot and cold are different degrees of the same substance, and that substance is mind, perception. Your perception is what is giving it a degree, is it good or bad, but it's one. Everything is one. Everything is all mind. Mind is the only substance in the universe. Okay? How to apply this this principle. Discipline the mind. As we believe in our mind, so it be. We need to control our thoughts. We need to be mentally prepared, and mentally engaged, but not letting our emotions take over, because we are emotional as well as mental. The mind is the root cause of everything. Before you kick a football, a decision is made within your mind. Before you do anything, it's all in the mind first. The phone you have, the car that you have, is all designed. The buildings around you was all an image. It was all an imagination. It was a seed in someone's mind before they manifested it physically. So you need to use your mind properly by disciplining the mind. Disciplining the mind is the most powerful thing you can do in your life. Controlling your thoughts. Control where your attention goes, your mental attention. Where attention goes, energy flows. If you're controlling your life, controlling your mind, you're controlling your life, your physical life. Okay? So be aware of where you are. Be aware of your mental state and emotional state, and change it. You can change your mind. You are choosing to feel depressed. You are choosing to feel happy. You are choosing to entertain these thoughts within your mind. So the higher faculties of your mind. Imagination. Work on your imagination. If there's no screen in your mind, then you have no imagination. Every single one of you should have a clear screen in your mind where you can pull anything you want into that screen. If I say think of an apple, there should be an apple in your mind somewhere. This is imagination. You see, the mind operates on the highest planes of existence. The mind is not a physical thing. It's the thing controlling this physical form and manipulating this physical external world. Mind is the controlling substance. So imagination, work on your imagination, people. This will do this will have a great impact on your manifestation when we get into the exercises. You need imagination. You need it. You can't live without imagination. You can't manifest properly without it. So you can use your imagination. Practice it every day. Visualize things in your mind. Will. The will allows you to hold one idea on the screen of your mind. So this is where willpower comes in. How long can you hold this imaginational thought? How long can you hold this image on the screen in your mind? Will is a massive, massive tool, not just manifesting, not just doing all of this, in all aspects of life. You see, what I'm teaching is a lifestyle. This is not just, you can do this overnight. This is a lifestyle. You need to be doing this stuff every day, mentally progressing. When you mentally progress, you spiritually and physically progress. So you change your mind, you change your external world. So work on your willpower. Cut the dead food. Cut out all of the negativity, and stick and have a strong willpower. And stick to your word. That is your will. Stick to your willpower. And like I say, practice imagination and do it for long periods of time. This will also help your willpower. Intuition. Intuition is the small voice inside your head that speaks your truth. It also gives you the ability to pick up on other people's thoughts and to read their energy. Intuition. The first thing when you walk into a room, you get an intuitive vibe. The vibe is a vibration of the atmosphere. Use your intuition to guide you in your life. Use your intuition to follow that path, because that intuition is taking you to the path that you're supposed to be on. Okay? So use your intuition. Memory. There's no such thing as a bad memory. There are only weak and strong memories, like a muscle. You can develop your memory by phenomenal degree through exercise. Exercise your memory. Recall things. At the end of the day, go throughout your day backwards. So when you got into bed, go through everything you did in your day backwards. Remember what you did the whole day backwards. And this will create new neural pathways in your brain, and it will exercise memory. You need to work on all of these. Reason is another one. Reason is what we use to think, to analyze, compare, and evaluate ideas. Reason is the ability to think, choose what information we accept, stir up, and use to come up with a brand new idea. What is the reason? What's the true reason behind what you want to manifest into your life? Is it coming from a place of negativity? Is it coming from a place of positivity? Is it coming from a good or evil place? You need to seek deep inside of you and truly ask why you want this in your life. Is it coming from something? Is it coming from a childhood trauma? Is it coming from a self insecurity? Reason is a big one. You should only be manifesting things that are positive, that will have a positive impact on yourself and the people around you, and the consciousness and the collective consciousness, and to the earth. It should not be a selfish thing. Reason is a good one because it's important. It's important because if you go and manifest something that came from negativity, it will only amplify that negative reason inside of you. Let's say you wanted to do something like you wanted to get rich, but it came from a negative place. Okay, it came from a negative place. The reason why you want it was very negative. You wanted to just flex on people and stuff like that, right? That will amplify. When you become successful, it will amplify that reason, and you will become pretty much an idiot. So make sure the reason's right. Perception. Your perception is your point of view. It controls what you become aware of in your environment and how you choose to see it. Your perception is your reality. You have to be aware that there are people's perceptions are all going to be different. You shouldn't let that affect your internal world. You need to come from a positive perception and a balanced perception. Everything is neutral. Everything is balanced. You choose. Your mind chooses whether it is positive or negative. So your perception of things is what you need to change. You need to come from a balanced point. Don't let the external world affect your internal world. Your perception should be neutral. Shouldn't be good or bad. It should be neutral at all times, and try and neutralize and balance your perception on things. Your mind is the decider of your perception, a good or bad perception. The next universal law is the law of correspondence. As above, so below, as within, so without. The outer world is a reflection of your inner world. This is so important, people. This is so important. You cannot go through life without knowing this deeply and understanding this. The friends you have, the car you have, the phone you have, all of the things you possess is a direct manifestation of all of the collective thoughts you've thought in the past. Where you are in life is a direct reflection of the thoughts you have thought in the past. You are here right now because of the thoughts that you thought in the past. The car you have, everything you have is a reflection of what you thought and what you've acted on. You have acted on them thoughts, and you are here right now because of that. What is inside of you manifests outside of you. Not just on a macro scale, on a micro scale. So like I always talk about how the body is the image of the stars, and we are God made flesh. Everything is us. What is outside of the world is inside of us. We are a microcosm of the macrocosm. But I'm coming from a mental state here. Remember, the first law is mentalism. So you got to keep that in mind in every single one of these laws. The first one is mentalism. What happens in the mind happens outside of you in some way or another. Okay? The thoughts you think become your emotions that you feel. What happens in heaven happens in earth. What happens in the head, the thoughts, happens in the heart, which is earth. Heaven and earth. Whatever you think becomes an emotion, and that emotion influences your behavior, which will influence your action in the physical world. So therefore, if you think and feel that you are happy and rich, that will manifest into your external world. That will manifest into your behavior. That will manifest into your vibration and attract people in that similar vibration. You see? So we are physical. The physical effect of the spiritual. Hold on, two seconds. Sorry, people. So yes, you need to understand this, people. You have to understand this. Connect with the inner self. Connect with the divine consciousness inside. Okay? Use your mind to think and feel properly, and this will manifest into your external world. The friends you have are a manifestation of your internal world. Until you change your internal state, you will outgrow the people around you. And this is what happens. Law of vibration. Everything is vibrating. The speed of vibration depends whether on something appears solid, liquid, or gas. Every thought you think is a vibration. You don't think thoughts. You do not think thoughts. You receive thoughts based on the frequency that you are tapped into, based on the vibration that you are on. Now, what do I mean? This is why we call it a mindset. You set your mind to frequencies. So when you set mental attention on a thought that you've received, you are tapping into that vibration, and you will receive thoughts based upon that vibration. So that you set your mind to a frequency, you receive information and thoughts based upon that frequency, that vibration. So when you think, feel, and speak higher vibrational things, this manifests into your external world, because remember the law before, what happens inside happens outside of you. If you think, feel, and speak higher vibrational things, this will attract people on the same vibration. Okay? You do this positive thinking, positive affirmations, and remembering mind over matter. Mind manipulates matter. God is mind. Everything is mind. The universe is mind. You change your vibration, you change the people around you. They will sense this. Your friends will sense this. The people, when you start elevating your vibration and thinking positively and no longer entertain the negativity, your friends will sense this, and they will say that you've changed. But what you need to realize is what people say to you is a reflection of their internal state. So if someone's being negative to you, you've got to see that is a reflection of their negative internal state that they think about themselves. What you say negative to someone else is something deep down that you see within yourself. As within, so without. As above, so below. The law of polarity. Everything has two poles, good and evil, love and hate, attraction, disconnection. All the opposing forces are actually the same substance, which is mind, in various degrees. Therefore, everything is one, which is mind. For example, water can be ice, solid, or fluid based off the degree of heat. It's the same substance, but the various degrees of the same thing. The universe is balanced. You need to be balanced between good and evil. Look at your body. You have a left arm and a right arm. Your head is in the center of it. You should become balanced. You should become balanced. Your mindset should be balanced. Your emotions should be balanced. Your diet should be balanced. Your work life, everything should be balanced. You must first correct your underlying limiting beliefs. If you are unhappy in your job, you focus all of your energy on finding a new job. So think of it this way. There's polarity to everything. You hate where you are in life right now, more than likely. That's why you brought this course. You want to manifest something in your life. Not everyone, but some of you hate your life. Okay? That hatred, you shouldn't hate, because that's going to hurt your body and your cells. But anyways, you can use that energy, the other end of that stick. That energy is draining you. Your hating mental state is draining your energy because you're letting it kill you. You can use that polarity, that other side of the energy, instead of killing yourself with it and getting yourself down, use that energy to finding something new. There's always two ends to the stick. I hate my job. You can either cry about it or use that energy to go and do something else and figure out what you can do. And that's the law of polarity. Use the other side. Use the polarity. Don't let it suck you in. Use it for purpose, for reason. The law of rhythm. Everything flows. Everything is out and in. Remember, the universe is made out of torus fields. This is a torus field. Comes out, back in, out and back in. This is a daily cycle. This is a yearly cycle. This is the cycle of the zodiac. It's the cycle of your life. You're out in the world, then you die from this world. You're out in this world, then you die from this world. Everything's a cycle. Everything's a rhythm. Everything has tides. All things rise and fall. Use the day and night cycle. Use the cycle. Create a cycle in your life. Don't let your life be chaotic. Don't be a feather in the wind. Create a purposeful cycle so that it works, so that you are progressing 1% every day towards this goal. Okay? Try not to get attached to outcomes, but work towards a mental state of neutrality or indifference. The key is non-attachment, positive thinking patterns. I need to get this out of the way. You hate your life. Okay? You hate your life. Hold on, my microphone's just changed. Okay, it doesn't matter. What you're experiencing now in life is a mental state. Think about this for a second. Everything is mind. You think, right, the job that you're in now, for example, you hate your job. You work at somewhere bad, you know, you're working in a gas station, or, you know, you hate it. You are suffering the mental state that you're in, not the actual job. You don't like the mental state that you're in. It's not the physical job. You're suffering the mind's reaction of what you're doing. Therefore, you desire a life where you do not feel this way. So what's that mean? What you really want is a altered mind state where you are not suffering mentally and emotionally. Therefore, use your mind. What you really, really want, deep down, is a mindset. You want a life where you're not suffering this mindset. So therefore, if you change this mind of yours, you change the emotional state. So when you do your bad job, or when you're there, change the mindset. Change it as if you love and you experience blissfulness and you experience amazingness. And this will manifest into your life. When you go home, think and feel the reality that you want. think and feel the reality they want. Create a cycle. I've gone a bit off guard there. But what you really want is a mindset. This is what you need to understand. Everything is mind. Okay? If you had the mindset properly, you'd actually stay in that job. But it's the mindset that you hate, that you're suffering from. Cause and effect. Every cause has an effect. The physical world is the effect world. What you see and experience is an effect of mind. The root cause is the mind. The building you're in, the microphone I'm speaking into, is the effect of someone's mind. Therefore, use this properly. When you push a domino, it will push all more. Every little choice you make has a massive impact on the rest of your life. Every decision you decide has the biggest impact ever. It has a domino effect on your whole life and the people around you. So if you see someone, let's say you want to get financially free, you see someone, you make a little comment, nice car, nice shoes. That could spark a conversation where you speak to him and he changes your life. Speak to people. Go to the gym. Conversate with people. If you want to become the best, you want to own a restaurant, go and work at a restaurant and learn how it works. Use the law of cause and effect. Speak to people. This is the most important thing. Speak to people and use the law of effect. Do the action. You can't just sit around visualizing all day, or else nothing will happen. You have to use the law of cause and effect. Every cause creates the effect. Take action on your thoughts, on these thoughts that are based on reaching your goal. The law of gender. Everything is masculine and feminine. How to apply? We can use the law of gender by balancing the spiritual higher self and the physical lower self or ego. It is important to not let the ego get out of control, because when the ego becomes out of control, you're coming from a place of physicality. You're seeking physical pleasure. You need to come from a place of internal. You need to come from the internal. Don't let this external world run your life. Let the spiritual, the positive, run your life. The place of calculated thoughts and calculated action. The internal dialogue. Don't let your taste buds run your diet. Let the internal calculated mind run the diet, because the calculated mind knows you should be eating healthy things that feed the mind, body and soul, but the taste buds just want sugar and bad food. So balance the spiritual and the physical self. Meditation. This is that lesson. Hope you enjoyed the next lesson. Well, hope you enjoyed this lesson. Let's go to the next. Emotions are something that a lot of people have a misconception of. So we're going to discuss and break down what truly the emotions actually are. They are more than just chemicals within your physical body. They are more than just hormones. Emotions are energy. They have a physical manifestation, which is a chemical reaction in the brain, and they are an etheric astral energy. Okay? Emotions are a creative force given to you. They are what makes you become something before you have it. They carry magnetic attraction. So with this understanding, your emotions are no longer a reactive thing. They never will tell you your true things as an emotion, what an emotion is. I remember being in infant school or whatever you want to call it, they were teaching you what the emotions are. And they told you they are just things they're just reactions. By living in a very reactive mindset and an emotional reactive person, this causes chaos in your life. Emotions are very chaotic if you do not know how to control them and what they truly are. You see, we've all been brainwashed into thinking we are just physical beings. We are just these apes, the apes that evoluted over time into human beings. This is completely wrong. We are in an intelligent design. You're in an intelligent body. You're an intelligent consciousness, and you have an intelligence within you called emotions, which you can use to attract things to you and to become things before you physically have it. So they are a creative force. That consciousness you have inside of you is a creative consciousness. It's an ever-expanding consciousness, which is God. The whole point of you being in this physical world and having consciousness is creating. You cannot not create. It is impossible for you not to create something. Your whole life you have been creating. Before you kick the football, it's a decision made within the mind. You then created this action. You are a manifester. Okay? So your emotions should be used. They should be controlled as a tool to create things in your life, to become the reality before you physically have it. Fear. Fear is an illusion and it is a bondage. It keeps your mind stuck to three-dimensional awareness. If you try and astral project, you will not astral project if you are fearing. Why? Because fear and negative emotions, all of the negative emotions only exist in a world of time, and that is this physical plane. You cannot transcend this plane. Your mind cannot function on these higher planes with these lower three-dimensional emotions in your mind. Fear is a bondage to the physical body, and it enshrouds your soul. It enshrouds your body. It locks you. Okay? This is why the news, this is why the food is all laced with chemicals, and the news is constantly pushing fear, because they have to keep you in a fear state to keep your central nervous system in fight or flight mode. And they have to keep your mind in three-dimensional awareness, because once you realize that you are not this physical body, you are something that transcends this physical world, you will wake up and you will no longer abide by this system that we live in. Okay? So fear is the biggest tool that they are using to oppress you. Fear is the biggest bondage. Okay? It keeps you locked in a box, physically, mentally, and emotionally. So emotional effects on the body. Emotions have great impact on the body, the immune system, the brain, and every single cell and the water structure in your body. Hatred and negative emotions impacts the nervous system, immune system, and endocrine system negatively. Extreme emotions trigger the release of stress hormones in the brain. So what's that tell you? The emotion is there before something is triggered in the brain. You feel the emotion because emotion is energy. And then the release of hormones are triggered within the brain. So like I said, everything begins spiritually. Everything begins in these higher planes. Everything begins in the mental, astral, etheric, and physical before it manifests physical. Over time, these stress hormones lead to increased inflammation throughout the body, resulting in significant health consequences. You could eat the most amazing diet in the world. You could eat the most pure organic sea moss, the most pure organic apples and watermelons every day. But if you have a negative mind space and a negative emotional state, you will create negativity in your life and you will create a disease in your body. This is how powerful your emotions are. Why? Like I just said, everything begins in the higher planes before it manifests physically. Okay? And when you keep feeling these emotions over and over again, you are You are impacting your subconscious mind, which will constantly create repetition in your life. So emotions are very, very, very powerful, and they impact your body. Stress can cause you to lose your hair. It destroys your body. Like I said, everything that begins in this mental plane and these higher planes happens below. As above, so below. This is why Jesus turns water into wine. Water. What is water? Well, water is feminine, which represents the emotional side of a human consciousness, of all consciousness. It represents the emotional side of you, the emotional aspect of you, the water, which is also the moon. That's why we call it a mood and the moon, because the moon is feminine, represents emotion. Okay? So water and earth is emotion. So when it talks about water into wine, we're talking about emotional alchemy, which stems from the mastering of self. All religions stem from the master of self, the mastery of the self. That is where all religions stem from. All religions stem from the mastery of the mind, the emotions, the thoughts, and the body, and the stars, the study of the stars. Every religious text has something to do with the stars because they are very important. But today we're going to focus on emotion. What's the wine? The water into wine. The water is the emotion. The wine is the transmuted emotion. It's emotional alchemy. It's alchemy, this is, people. It's what the Bible is talking about. It's talking about them negative lower carnal mind emotions being transmuted into positive ones that bring benefits to your life, that attract better things to you, and controlling the emotions. Because when the emotions are not controlled, you attract negative people, you put out negative vibrations, you attract that back, you are destroying your body. That's why the Bible says the light of the body is the eye. If thy eye be evil, thy whole body will be filled with darkness. That's what it says in the Bible. It also says if the eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. But then after that it says, if thy eye be evil, their whole body will be full of darkness. Why? If your mind, your emotional state, your spiritual state is negative, your whole body, your whole life will be filled with darkness. You will be chained by your emotions. You will constantly live out of this animal state, this emotional state. Every time you feel sad, you will, fall into this trap of the emotions. So it's so important that we master the self, master the emotions. And we do that by changing the mindset that you have on life. Okay? What you must understand is that your mind is the director of energy. It has the power to create. It has the power to focus energy. Attention is energy. Where attention goes, energy flows. If you are placing attention on negative things, let's say you break your leg. Okay, this is a bad situation. Don't get me wrong. It's not nice that you broke your leg. However, there is a positive side to that. What's the positive? Well, now what's a good positive? You can now sit down, you could read the books that you've always wanted to read. You now have time to do something else productive because you can no longer walk. There's always a positive to the situation. And when you're using your mind to direct the energy into the negative route, the negative dual side, you are constantly digging yourself a hole, creating more and more negativity in your life. The law of cause and effect. So we must transmute this negative aspect, the water, the emotion, into wine, into a positive emotion to attract better things to us. Why? Because you attract what you are, not what you want. Emotions is energy in motion. Your emotions create a massive impact on this electromagnetic aura you have surrounding around your body. I have many videos on this, so go and check them out if you don't know what this is. So the emotions create energy. It puts energy in motion, emotion, energy in motion, which is spiraling around your electromagnetic field. And this field is what determines what is attracted to you and what is not, and what people, what animals, everything. Okay? This field, before you have an illness, the illness shows up in your field energetically, because as above, so below. What happens in the field happens in your body, happens in your life. The positive emotions that you feel creates a more stronger and bigger field, extending up to 9 feet in circumference. So when your field is in a positive, high vibratory rate, this is when your field has more impact on matter. Why? Because what's matter made out of? These fields. These fields create the physical world. It's the real atom. You yourself are a giant atom, and you can control your atom to create the world around you through your emotions. So if someone's crying and you go and walk next to them and go talk to them, that negative emotion is going to rub straight off onto you, because emotion is energy in motion. It's casted throughout your electromagnetic field. Your inner world manifests your outer world through the heart. The emotions are felt in the heart, casting out into energy vibrations through this field. Demons, it's just another allegory, another myth about emotions, another metaphor about emotions. D meaning negative, mon meaning moon, the negative moon, negative mood, negative emotions. Moon is feminine, it represents emotions. Demons are something that possess you. What possesses your mind? Emotions possess you. It's a metaphor. Don't get me wrong, spirits do exist, but a lot of the allegories about demons is all about the emotions and how they possess you. They possess your mind. They take over your mind space. They take over your body, how you feel, how you think. So this is why emotions are very, very, very powerful, and we need to use them and control them and utilize them to create it in our life. Instead of them being reactive, we can use them to pull things to us. Instead of, the emotions that we should be feeling mainly is love and abundance and joy and all of the positive ones, all of the positive emotions that transcend the physical world, because fear, hate only exists in this physical plane. The higher planes of consciousness, these emotions don't exist. That's what sin means. Sin means emotion. Sin. That's what a sin is. It's a negative emotion. It's an emotion that exists in time. That's what a sin is. So you must control these emotions. You must and how do we do that? We do that through meditation. And like I say, meditation is a massive, massive part of I don't like using the word meditation because people get thrown off. Just turn off your mind. Sit in silence. Be at one with yourself. Sit in silence, in the dark. Turn off all the lights and sit in the dark with yourself. And just let the emotions and let the thoughts pass by like the clouds. And when you let them go, they will sooner rather than later, they will go. And you will just be left with the consciousness, that pure awareness. The reason why they told you to be scared of the dark when you're a child and programmed that into you through the movies in Hollywood is because they don't want you sitting in the dark. When you sit in the dark, there is a light shining within you, that pure consciousness. You no longer can see your body. You no longer can hear the thoughts and the emotions. What is left when all of this is stripped? When the body is stripped off, when the emotions and the mind is stripped off, you are left with pure consciousness. And that is what they don't want you to figure out. Because when you connect with that, you can transcend this physical world. You can do all sorts of have mystical experiences. So yes, emotions can be used to attract things to you when you think, you are visualizing, and when you feel, you are becoming. so you can think and feel on a daily basis of this reality that you want, which I teach in my Manifestation Mastery course 2.0. You have access to this in the university, so make sure to check that out. I'll tell you how to use your emotions, thinking and feeling, visualizing, becoming that reality before you have it. This will train your mind, because why? Your brain does not know the difference between an imagination and a real reality. Your brain does not know the difference between an imagination and a real reality. So if you become that reality in your mind with your thoughts and emotions, you are creating, you are becoming, you are tricking your brain that this has already happened. And what will happen? When you create them neural pathways in your brain will subconsciously create that, somehow try and figure out to create that neural pathway into a real physical reality. And that's how it works. So I hope you learned a lot from this lesson about emotions and what they truly are. And the last thing I'm going to say is love. Love is the unifying force. Love is the unifying emotion. Because, like I said here, this image shows 1,000 words. What we all are is one observing consciousness expressed in thousands, if not trillions of different bodies. What's in the squirrel is inside of you. It's consciousness, it's self-awareness. And this consciousness is divided through fear and hate. And that's why they push fear and hate onto you so much. And they place you in different postcodes with different football with the other schools to call hatred towards others. Why? Because love, guys, it loves everything. But as it gets older, it starts to become darkened by the matrix, the system, this dark spell that is casted upon the minds. We all need to learn how to love, because this is a unifying force that brings all of our consciousness back to one unified team. And when we figure out that these elites are literally, there's probably, they're compared to the population, there's way more of us. And if we all started to love each other, why would we need them? So anyways, I hope you all learned a lot of this lesson. Thank you all for joining the university. I look forward to teaching you more. Please let me know for anything that you want. Because you have joined, I want to make sure that you are happy inside of this university. And I want to make sure any question you have, I can answer, I can research for you. Okay? Thank you all. Have an amazing day, people. Hello, welcome back to The Real University. Today we're going to be talking about hidden spells within the language, English language. This is why we call it spelling. A lot of people are already aware of this. However, I'm going to go over some words that have double meaning, meanings to them, behind them, which trick your subconscious mind. So the word grammar comes from the word grimoire, which is also known as the book of spells, or a magic book, on how to create magical objects like wands, amulets, how to perform magic spells, charms, and summoning and invoking supernatural entities such as spirits, which are on the other side of this physical reality. So what you must understand is what you say in this physical world is also happening in the astral world as well. So your words are spells. They cast spells into the spirit plane. They cast spells into your mind. They cast vibrational frequency into your cells in the water. Water holds a lot of energy, so we're going to be going all over this. The subconscious mind takes everything as truth. Everything you say is truth to your subconscious. And you should know this by watching the Manifestation Mastery 2.0 course. I talk about this. This is so important that you understand this, because everything is truth within the subconscious. It only knows you. Your subconscious mind, if you watch the course, you should know this, it's responsible for 90% of your daily basis behavior. the thoughts that you are thinking on a daily basis, the things that you do, the things that you say, 90% of what you do and say and think you did yesterday, because of the subconscious mind holds all of your programs. What you say is molding your mind. What you state is truth in your mind. It does not know the difference between a joke or it takes everything literal. It is literal. Your mind is a manifesting supercomputer, and whatever you say into it, it says that is what I want. So whatever you tell your mind, that is what you'll have. That is what you'll believe. So every word you say is truth within the subconscious. So this is why double meaning words have an effect on your subconscious, and this is why I'm raising awareness here. So talking is a tall king. You are either a tall king by talking, by using your words wisely, or you're a small king, because you create big or you destroy yourself with your words. So talking is Phoenician. This is phonetics. So this is etymology, is when you take the root words, but phonetic etymology is when you take the sound of the word. So talk and taw are the same, because when you talk, you're creating sound waves, which is a form of a light wave. And when light waves expand in all directions, it creates a torus field. And everything is torus fields. So if you affect one torus field, it affects every torus field in creation, as above so below. So what you say is affecting the torus fields around you in your body. You are made out of these torus fields. This is why talking is